Ooh, what it is, what it is. It's dark out for 9 o'clock, huh? Kinda, kinda dark out. Gonna get my Sunday fun day cocktail. Mm, mm-mm. I probably won't be here too long. We got Randall still sleeping, so I don't want to wake him up too early, you know. Oops. What's going on? Sean, what it up? What it is, Sean. Can you hear okay? I'm kind of whispering. I'm trying to keep it down for old Rands. Gotta have the light on out here because it's been raining all day. Kind of dark. Will Burner, what's going on? Organized. Good seeing you in the old Zello again. Gary, what's up, baby? Charlie, good morning. Good morning. Unfiltered. We're doing good. We're not doing great, but we're doing good. We had the truck in the shop for over, well, a week and one day. So yeah, we don't need to wake up the goof troop. Shamball, what it is, baby. Arabian Nights. Well, my OnlyFans creator, I appreciate it. You wouldn't think little penises would get much traction, but it seems like, it's pretty hot, pretty hot. 2-4, what's going on? So when I got home, when did I get home? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday I dropped the truck off because I still don't have any cruise control, and uh, it keeps doing the stability control nonsense on it. Um, so on the ELD and on their computers also, uh, it was showing the steering wheel angle sensor. So we did get ordered that part. I called Wednesday when I was, well, yeah, Wednesday, because I wasn't sure if I was going to get Wednesday's load off or not. So I figured I'll call them and have them at least order the part. They said 1 to 3 days. The part did come in on Thursday. Problem is they didn't get the truck in the shop till Tuesday, which is not the norm for my shop, but evidently they were backed up. They were backed up with shit. So Tuesday they got it. They put it in. They called and says, yeah, we got it in, but it's not doing anything. But it also said, what the hell was it? The head unit, so the Bendix system. Now I know with the accident that Bendix wasn't touched, because everything was on the driver's side damaged. There was nothing, no damage to the Bendix, but they said still wasn't working. And I said, dude, you know, this should have been fixed the last time, blah, blah, blah. I kind of chewed some ass. And they said, well, it might be wiring or whatever. So we're going to have him run through the wiring and all this shit. It might be from the accident. I said, it's not from the accident, dude. The accident was on the left side. You can see where the repairs and stuff are. This isn't an accident deal. I mean, the steering wheel angle sensor, yes, that's part of the accident. But thinking wiring or whatever. But here nor there. What they ended up doing was deleting the Bendix and then reinstalling the Bendix, and then everything's works fine. So $1,800 later, they do got the cruise control back. And then I was having trouble ever since I picked that trailer up. I'm a big fan of the right way. I'm a big fan of the right way. I don't know if Prime has it on all of their trailers, where it just gauges the airbags, how much pressure is in the airbags of the trailer. And instead of saying how many pounds, like in your truck, if you have a weight scale, like for your drives, it only says how many pounds, but it doesn't put a weight measure to the pound. Which you can get one But if you do that, I would definitely get a digital one because I've got the analog one in the 680, and it's difficult to read because it depends on what angle you look at it. The needle's small, the lines are small. It's difficult to get it really tuned in to be able to really calibrate it. If it's a digital one, that'd probably be better. But anyway, that right way has always been solid. I've calibrated it one time. I've checked it multiple times. I checked it again when I got the trailer back from Cincinnati. Uh, Dead nuts, dead nuts. But the problem I seen was once I picked this trailer up, and I don't know if it's because it was sitting so long or whatever. When you pull the knob out, the needle slowly rose. It used to go pretty fast. And then it was just really, really slow. And then the other day I tried it and I got nothing. Like the needle didn't move at all. Needle didn't move at all. So those right way scales, they've gotten a little expensive. I think I paid 175 for mine at the truck show. Now I think they're like 236 or 263, something like that. The Selexia kicking in. They're pretty expensive now. But I found on Amazon, because it only can be the block, right? As long as there's air coming out of that tube, which there was. You have the block that you got your knob you pull in and out, and then you got the needle. So the block was $50. The needle gauge is $120. So I figured I'm gonna go with the cheaper of the two, obviously, because I didn't tear it apart to find out if there was air coming out of the block. I didn't troubleshoot it. I'm just throwing parts at it at this point, and it ended up working. So $50, about 10 minutes to unscrew it, put it all back together, and then that needle flies now. So it does a fantastic job apparently. So we got that fixed because that right way, man, that'll save you a fuck ton of money on scales. And even if you just like want to balance out a load or you're not for sure, let's say it's 44,000, and just put 33.5 on your trailer. Put 33.5 on the trailer. The rest of the truck will probably be fine. Fuck it. So I like it. Works really good for me. You know better than anybody if it's got tits or tires, it's going to cost you money. Hang in, brother. Wheel burner. I think this is the last of it though. I truly believe this is I mean, other than I've got to do like the 3-box, all that shit, but I did get some of that Prolube, which I did put in the APU, and I changed oil in the APU. I'm going to do a 3-box when I get enough money. I'm going to get a 3-box done. I'm going to have that Prolube put into that 3-box also. And then I've got enough to do an oil change. So a gallon of this Prolube will do 2 oil changes. But I figured, well, I'm going to use it in the axles, use it in the transmission. Then I used it in the APU. Then I'll put the rest of it in the engine. Should be good. And then the next, I'll buy another gallon. And then just do it every oil change. Tennessee, man, what's going on, brother? Stealing that quote. Hit the like button. There you go. Hit the like button. This probably ain't going to be a long one. I can't imagine this getting all that exciting, to be honest. But it's Sunday and I'm bored. I haven't gotten a load yet. The load board looks like shit. I was trying to leave out Saturday, but there just was nothing worth a shit. Nothing worth a shit. And anything that was is gone. And then I tried finding shit for Monday. Because usually by Friday I want to have my Monday load booked already. So we're not fucking around. But dude, Monday was scandalous too. So we definitely need to move. We can't afford to fucking sit, but we got a boogie. So hopefully hopefully tomorrow the load board lights up, or I see something pop today. Because if something new pops today, then obviously somebody's in the office or somebody's at home. Somebody's going to do something. So unless I see that, I'll be booking tomorrow morning, trying to find load. And worst case, which I do not want to do either, but worst case, be booking Monday for Tuesday. But you can only you can only fuck around for so long on Monday before you guys start looking for Tuesday. Otherwise, Tuesday is going to get ate up as well. So you just kind of got to feel it out, see how Monday's feeling. And sooner or later, you got to give up on Monday and you got to start looking Tuesday or you're fucked, you know. What happened to your chat bot? Oh, that Arabian Night, I got rid of that. I don't even know. I don't know. Uh, I don't know what happened to that. That's a good question. It's been so long since I've done anything on YouTube, and now I'm not even using a computer. I'm using my cell phone because Randall's in the studio. So, and that computer crashed. So I was using a laptop for a little while. And yeah, I am just not using that anymore. All the money you make goes back into the repairs. Yes, Charlie. Yeah, that seems to be my fucking life. Uh, from the gate. Um, with the 680, I had pretty good luck for a year or two, and then luck ran out. This truck has been nothing but a money pit from day one. So, yeah, it seems to go that way, Charlie. I make money, and then it goes back in the truck. But you know, I think this is the last of it, to be honest. I mean, other than just doing general upkeep maintenance, oil changes, things of that nature. Sometimes you just know that something needs to get fixed, and you're just buying your time, waiting to get into the shop. And then there's things that just pop up. Well, with that angle sensor, I knew was there. I didn't keep the truck from running. It wouldn't have put me out of service, but it would have given me a fix-it ticket. I don't need any more CSA points, so I didn't feel like gambling anymore because in theory I didn't need to gamble. I mean, I could fix it, so I felt if I've got the means to fix it, then I need to fix it. So I just don't like running around with potential CSA points over my head. So we got that done. So in theory, there should be really nothing more other than that trailer tire still that I'm gonna have to throw money at. It's just more or less gonna wait for it to break. I mean, so there's not a list of shit that still needs to be done. I think pretty much I've gotten that pretty well solved. You know. Let's team. You do day shift, I do night. Problem is, Sean, there ain't even no team loads out here for spot market. That's where, like GW and Oster, they were doing okay with that because most of the flatbed loads was first come, first serve. They didn't give a shit when you came. Drive-in obviously is a different story. Everything's by appointment. So I have seen some loads, like I seen one load going to Ontario, California, and that same broker had another load coming out of Ontario going to North Carolina, but it picked up on the 15th and delivered on the 18th. You're not going to make that in 3 days. You're just not gonna. So in those situations, but again, it was only $2 a mile. So in that situation, that might have been a good team load, but like over and over trying to catch those, they're just not there. Peterbilt has always been a problem. Kenworth has always been better. Gary, I probably say the same. I mean, the Kenworth, we've got money in the Kenworth. The Peterbilt's, other than the accident. Now, granted, we've done water pumps. We did the shackles for the front springs, turbo actuator. That's all Cummins. nothing has really been Peterbilt. I mean, other than that XY answer, that XY axle, or not the XY, that's automated, but the steering angle sensor. Obviously, that's probably a Peterbilt thing. Wheel speed sensor, Peterbilt thing, probably. But other than that, it's been more Cummins issue, I would say. Uh, I'd probably say that. Now, granted, if it weren't for the accident, I'd probably say we'd probably be pretty good in all reality, because I haven't done anything to the truck that isn't directly involved with the accident. So, and I think we've got it pretty well figured out currently. I think we've got everything as far as the accident was concerned. I think we got everything as far as the accident fixed. So now it's just the normal wear and tear type of shit. Now again, APU issues, which is baffling. I mean, there'll be a day when I was in Nebraska where the APU didn't start at all. It just red triangle, red triangle, red triangle. And it like clicked, like it was going to start, nothing. So I was thinking, okay, it's a starter. So I idled that day. And then that took an eighth of a tank. I don't care what people say, oh, it doesn't take a gallon. You know, I had even on low idle. Like I didn't even up the idle because the oil pressure was good. The only time you want to up the idle is if you got low oil pressure. But I still had decent oil pressure at regular idle. And I still burned through an eighth of a tank. That's a lot of fuel. That's a lot of fuel. Where I could fucking run the APU for 10 hours and my needle won't even move. It doesn't even move, much less half of it, right? Half of an eighth, like a 16th. It doesn't even use a 16th. So it's just too expensive not to have an APU or something. But then the day after that, APU's fine. Fires up, fires up, fires up. Now, when I'm monitoring like the batteries, like I have it in standby, I'm gonna have to check on the truck today. I'm gonna wait till it stops raining though and see how the batteries are sitting. Now I've got everything turned off inside the truck, so the battery should hold anyway. But for whatever reason it doesn't, I'll see if I've got the red triangle because I did have the APU on standby. You know what's funky is it's got that fucking switch on the Walmart truck to turn the APU on and off. And I'm trying to figure out if I put it in standby, but I have the switch off. Because if I have it on, the APU is not on standby anymore. Now it's temperature control. So I've got it off this time. We'll see if it monitors the battery, see if it fucking does whatever it does. But my guess is I'll probably go in the truck and there'll be a red triangle because it tried to start and it didn't. Now that could be the configuration of the volts that it's waiting for the batteries to drop down so many volts before it starts and runs to charge the batteries. So that could be lifted. And I noticed that with the APU for the carrier. Dude, I think I had the carrier set at like 12.1 volts. I think factory they set it at 11.6. Now, if I left it go at 11.6, the batteries would be too low and the APU couldn't start. Now with a carrier, you can ramp up. You can bring that volt up, which initially all you're doing is waiting for it to get down to 12.1 and then it'll start. But I was running that carrier at 12.1 because it would wait too long and then it didn't have enough power to start the APU. So I think that's kind of what's going on with this APU is it needs to be recalibrated. But unfortunately, you got to bring it to Thermo King to get it calibrated, which is another sign that maybe my batteries are bad. And which is more than likely potential. Well, Sean changed the batteries, so they should be good. Yeah, those batteries should be good. I did see something on TikTok. I don't know if you guys seen it either, but I never looked at the price. Maybe 39 bucks. But you hook it up to the battery and it runs through a test and it'll tell you how many cold cranking amps you currently have and the percentage of battery life is still left. I was thinking about picking one of those up, but then I'm going to feel myself buying new batteries every 6 months, inevitably. So I may not do that, but I don't know, man. Freight is a little slow, Charlie. Fast Eddie, what's up, brother? Yeah, I like to see a pickup in freight. Like sometimes you get like a whiff, like, ooh, this is good freight. It's I, like I'm looking at because I want to go west before September 1st because September 1st chain laws start, or yeah, September 1st chain law starts in Colorado. So I know they're the earliest, but once there's chain law in effect, then I stop going west. I mean, I still go to Cali and shit like that, but I'm not going to go Salt Lake City. I love Utah. I mean, Utah's been good to me. Even Denver's been good to me. Um, I might take a push to Washington or Oregon, maybe. The only thing that's keeping me from doing that is currently fuel money. I don't know if I've got enough fuel money to go all the way to fucking Oregon and then wait a day to get paid. That's where my problem is. Is like I there are loads going to Oregon uh, and Washington, and there's I'm not saying good rates. There's decent rates considering what you're going to get to Oregon, which is $2 a mile. You know, you're getting a dollar something coming out, $1.50 coming out, maybe more depending on where you're going. But I don't know if I've got enough fuel money to carry me over. So that's my only dilemma is the fuel costs. I could do a couple little bumps, but what is little bumps going to pay? You know, $500. I mean, what's the point of those? You know, doing the little shits. So I don't know. I got some cash stacked up, but I'd rather not touch it. I can't even see, it's so small. Last 10 years, Pete's and Kenny's are both the same truck, with the exception of the cab. Well, that's probably true. AP won't start if perceives a coolant problem. Well, there's no coolant issue because it's tied in. Uh, it's tied into my radiator, so it doesn't have a self-enclosed radiator. That APU's turned into Dr. Jekyll and Mrs. Hyde. Yeah, it is gotten out of hand. I mean, we've done everything to it except the starter water pump, but there's no fluids leaking anywhere. And like I said, sometimes it starts and it runs fine. I do find that once in a while it'll turn off in the middle of the night, and then in 2 minutes it starts back up and runs the rest of the day fine. You know, it's got a little funky shit going on. It might be a computer problem. It's coming down now. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. She's downpouring. TJ, Bowl of the Woods. Does your PA have its own coolant, or does it get cooled from the truck? It's from the truck. Yeah. Drinking game sponsored by Wheel Burner Express. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. What's up? Duluth starting to slow up. Happy about there you go. You've been busy. Busy's good. You know, I get a lot of phone calls for dump trailers It's like, dude, I don't have a dump trailer. Where are you getting this information that I have dump trailers? I get bombarded with emails and brokers calling me for these dump trailer loads. Like, I ain't got a dump trailer. You know, freight market's going to come back. Rates around $1.80 to 220 is plausible. You can make it. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, ran out Randall for hand jobs at Love's. He's got some chubby fingers. I don't know how well that would work. Oh man, it is. She's coming down, Shamball. I'm noticing the roll of paper towels on the table just absolutely fucking soaked. Randall won a Ryobi with a pressure washer, electric pressure washer. And of course, the box is sitting in the fucking rain. You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. Unreal. But yeah, if the APU can hold it together, otherwise we got to find other situations or scenarios, because really the APU is good for AC and to maintain your batteries, but there's other ways of doing it, like generators, which that's all an APU is anyways, a generator. You go to Harbor Freight and get one. As long as you get the inverter style generator, those are a lot quieter. But I'm telling you, I've got, it's like getting into the truck. You get so much money in the fucking truck, it's hard to get away from it. I've got so much money in that APU that it's difficult to not keep putting money into it, because I haven't gotten my money back. So it's a vicious fucking cycle is what it turns into. Yeah, there you go. Now Randall can show her outside. What do you got? Fucking hit her with the pressure washer. Oh yeah, yes. It's ideally for the women. What is this dollar thingy here for? What is this all about? What is that? New to StreamYard, level up. Oh yeah, don't do that. How do I get rid of that comment? Delete comment. Yeah, I'm not here advertising for StreamYard. They can kiss the dick. Just stop it. You're never going to get your money back from an APU. It's meant for company peons for not keeping the trucks running. Yeah, in shop fee, it's just the cost of the diesel, dude. It's the cost of the diesel. If diesel was $1 a gallon, who gives a shit? Had an HVAC customer show me how he's making, what is it, 2.5 to 3K a week with 36-foot box truck. Farthest he goes is Jacksonville, Nashville. Really? There you go. With a fucking box truck, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Maybe that's what we need to get is just box trucks. Other than sleeping in a box truck, that's not comfortable by any means. Just like those Sprinter vans and all that other trash that the people are, even in a 4-door pickup truck with these hotshot guys. I'm not personally going to sleep in the back seat. I don't care if you tore it all out and put a bed. It's not getting dressed, laying on the bed. You're undressing, laying on the bed. That's a shit fucking life. It's a shit life. So to me, is that money worth it? No. It's cheaper overhead, buy a box truck. You go fucking U-Haul, grab an old U-Haul truck or whatever. Sure, it's cheaper, but obviously your revenue is going to be less. But then it's your lifestyle. Like, how long are you really going to want to do that? A couple months? I doubt it. See a lot of A lot of companies like Freight X and Load One advertising box truck drivers. OTR, yeah. 5K Harbor Freight generator and a 10K APU. Yeah, oh, shop fee. You are absolutely correct. Shop fees, 100%. That's the way to do it. That is absolutely the way to do it. No doubt. Uh, with this Peterbilt 386, there's two. The bottom shelves they're just wardrobes, right? Wardrobes that we hang clothes in one, not necessary. The other one, we got the shitter in front of the other one. You could literally put a stand-up air conditioner in that cabinet, and you would not be losing any space whatsoever. And run a generator, and you can run a trickle charger for your batteries, a 10 amp trickle charger to your batteries. So you're charging your batteries at the same time, because that's one nice thing about an APU is that your batteries are staying full. But you can get that done with an APU or with a generator, and you can run that AC, and it wouldn't take any goddamn space. That's that's the level. Uh, that's the level. Because the problem is that you get into that money chase and shit because you got so much money in this APU, you don't want to just like not use the APU. That's where you get the mind fuck, you know. But definitely the Harbor Freight APU and they've got or generator. They've got a lot of these 12-volt AC units now that connect directly to your batteries, and then you get a converter to charge your batteries. So the generator is only running the converter, and then the converter is charging the batteries, which then is using the battery juice to run the AC units. So, and I've got mine's a mid roof with the shell on top, so I could literally put in one of those camper style air conditioners that go on the roof, and it'll be under my wind dam. So I could do that. So I mean, I've got a lot of options for AC that does not have to include a fucking APU. Absolutely, you know. He sleeps at a hotel and gets, well, it's a tax write-off. But see, everyone says, well, it's a tax write-off, tax write-off, tax write. It's still an expense. I'd rather have zero tax write-offs. Do you know why? Because then I had zero expenses. So when you say tax write-off, all that is a 30% discount, right? Because that's all it is. It's a 30% discount. So if I pay $100 for a hotel room, I'm not going to have to pay 30% taxes on that. So I saved $70, or I saved $30, but I still had to come up with that 100. See, so you can if you're doing that every night, that's $700 a week. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, tax write-off or no tax write-off. Tax write-off ain't like free money. It's not. It's like, oh, well, it's a tax write. Well, tax write-off isn't good because to be a write-off, it has to be an expense, and we don't live off of expenses. We live off of revenue. Last my appliance install, box truck, big money. I agree. Being an installer, like being able to get a contract with Home Depot or Menards and be an installer, that's money. Oh, show, baby. Oh, show. I've been good. No complaints. There you go. Evil Life, what's going on, brother? Cool. What it is, Patel. I'm only number 10 on the like. There you go. I usually don't get a lot of likes. Do you miss your studio? Yeah, Charlie, absolutely. I wouldn't be sitting out here in the fucking rain. But yeah, I do miss it. What's tax write-off? You're the Wesley tax plans. Well, that's true. Wesley Snipes tax plan. Just don't pay. Yeah, just don't pay. I'd rather have the money in my pocket than get a tax write-off. I can make more money with the revenue than the tax break. Exactly right. Wheel burner. Yeah, because like I can see like at year end, right? You maybe made too much money, as if that's a problem. But let's say you did make too much money and it maybe threw you into a higher tax bracket. Would it be a good point at that time to buy 8 tires, or all the tires, get your trailer tires, get your tractor tires, steer tires? Would it be good at that time to buy that shit so you could get into a lower tax bracket? Yes. Yes. That's the only time a tax write off is good to actually spend money, is if that tax write off is going to get you in a lower income tax range, right? That's it. So come October, kind of do an idea of what your taxes are going to be, and then buy shit, you know, buy steer tires, buy your drive tires, buy your trailer tires, you know, then spend that money to get you into a lower tax bracket. But otherwise, write-offs are not my jam. I get enough write-offs throughout the year. I don't need more, you know. 21, what's good? But any of the money over the threshold is taxed a higher rate. Yeah, that's the only time you want to do it. Is if you're going to be in a different tax bracket, then you want to spend some money to get in the lower tax bracket as far as revenue. Then you spend the money to save money. You know, I don't have too much money problems. I said it and said it all and retired. Oh, you wheel burner. Did you really? Did you really sell everything? Now, well, you can't be retired. You're too young to retire. Let's not get fucking crazy. But I mean, unless you found yourself a sugar mama, you know. Did you get laid last night? No, Charlie, I didn't. Pray for me though. Pray for the wife. She's been still suffering with kidney stones. So yeah, Daddy ain't getting laid. You know, the only I just ain't got it. You know, and that is the only time. Absolutely, Charlie Spray. Absolutely. Tax bracket level, then start buying shit. You know, Fran, always good to see you, baby. Uh, be able to use the APU trucks to have it moving. That's true. When are you going to be? When are you going to take a vacation, Charlie? Dude, I don't think I'm ever gonna. The way it's, I don't know. I'm ever gonna get a goddamn vacation, dude. Well, I got a week vacation right now because the truck's been down for the week. So I guess this is my vacation. You know. Yeah, pray for Mrs. Best. She's struggling. She wants to go out with me this week, and it's like, I got to fucking hustle because I got insurance due at the end of the month. I got shit I need to fucking. We got enough money to buy fuel. I need the fucking revenue. So I really do want her to come with, but if she's not, if she's not down, it's fine as well. Is that why that girl Coco always spending money on her truck and never making any money? What a pile of shit she got. I don't know Coco, Fran. I don't know Coco. If you're desperate, go tap Randall's ass, maybe. Yeah, vacation. Well, yeah, exactly. Vegas vacation, 3 weeks. We'll be there 3 weeks. I might be able to get. There was a logo in to Vegas I seen. Pick it up here, but that'll be in 3 days, not 3 weeks. I like to find there is a low going to Salt Lake City, but the problem is it's got to stop in North Dakota. It's not paying enough money to do that and then it's only got 8 to 4 delivery. Well, now you're not delivering until Monday because you're not going to get, because there is nothing from North Dakota. There's the last TA is in Lyle or Leah, whatever, Montana. There is nothing coming down that route 32, whatever the fuck it is. There's one truck stop with 30 spots. Their rest areas are like parking on shoulder, and they've got one truck stop that's closer to the end. Dude, it's there's no way you're going to make that by Friday, and you sure as fuck ain't going to make it Friday morning. So now you're not going to get unloaded until Monday. There's not enough money for 5 days, for 7 days worth of work. There's just not enough money in it. Is it hard to run your business without your credit card? Charlie, currently, uh, other than always having to have fuel money, right? You always got to have fuel money. I think once I get past this month with the insurance bill and all this other shit that I've got coming, I think I'll be okay. I know I will be. I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm pretty sure I will be, because the money does come in fast, and I don't spend a lot. So I think for the most part, once you get around that 5-7 grand, there's nothing really other than a blown engine. Nothing's going to cost that much to fix, right? Nothing's going to cost that much to fix. So that's not a big deal. As long as you can get to that 5 to 7, which will take about a week or two to get. And I think if you can do that, then you're fine. But right now, I've got to run, the 3 weeks out rigorously, because I've got the insurance payment coming, and then of course, I need more fuel money and bullshit home expenses. So I'm gonna have another tough month, but that was expected. I knew I was going to be struggling until after insurance was paid. So wait, thunder. So I knew I was going to have some complications, and I knew I was going to have some repairs. So far, so good. I'll say that. So far, so good. Would it be nice just to be able to put it on a credit card? Yes. Yes. And then pay for it later? Absolutely. But the fact that we are getting the cash, we are staying out, 3 weeks at a time, we are able to, to get enough revenue to stay on top of the truck. There's just no safety blanket, Just like I told the mechanic at the shop, I said, listen, 2 grand is all you get, because I was trying to get that angle sensor fixed. I said, 2 grand's the limit. You got to put the tools down after 2 grand, and I'll figure it out later. You know what I'm saying? No different than when I was broke down in wherever the fuck I was, Columbia, South Carolina or something, or in between Florida. Yeah, I was in Georgia somewhere. No different when I got pulled into MHC because I had a wiring issue, and I said 2 grand. You get past 2 grand, got to drop the tools, because I need the fuel money. I need the fuel money. I'll jerry rig it, because at that time it was the brake lights weren't working. I'll jerry rig a brake light, because it works on the truck. I'll just run a hot wire to the truck to the pigtail. I mean, I'll rig it. So you have to know how much money you have to be able to spend on the maintenance, so you can tell them stop working on it if it gets to this dollar amount. I ain't got it. Now with my shop, I can get whatever work done per se, and I told him, I said, listen, 2 grand is it. Anything over 2 grand, put the tools down. He says, well, it doesn't matter. Whatever's over that 2 grand, you could pay at the end of the month. So you do have a little bit of a line of credit, like with my shop. I do have a little bit of a line of credit where I can get shit done and then just have it paid off by the end of the month. I could do that. But that's to say if I can make it home. At the end of the day, I'm always going to have airfare. You know what I'm saying? If there's a breakdown that I cannot get repaired, I'll fly home, and then I'm going to call it a fucking day. I'm going to close the authority, file bankruptcy, and walk away from this shit show altogether. So I'm okay with that. In my mind, I'm okay with just fucking giving it all up. So if I do come across that point where I don't have the loot to fix it, and if they're not going to willingly help me with it, where I could pay it at the end of the month, or I can make payments on it or whatever, then that's fine. I will fucking book a plane flight and then leave. And then leave the truck there, I'll just leave it all. I don't give a fuck at this point. It's at that level where there's no more options. I don't have an option anymore. it is what it is. You're getting your own authority. There you go, Fran. It's hard to run a business without your credit card. It is. I am on vacation, Who? You can get some of that money up front on the load, right? Via quick pay. Only, Fran, I am only seeing like C.H. Robinson allows half of the money up front. C.H. Robinson's the only one. They use it for like fuel. Like you can get half of the money up front for fuel. That's the only one that I know of. You know, some of that rain down here to Kentucky. I'm in Oak Grove. It's hot. Oh, dude, it's been hot. And it hasn't rained here. I don't know. Well, it rained when I came home. Flooded the streets. It was like a torrential downpour in the streets. The gutters couldn't keep up with the rain, so the streets were flooding and shit. And the wife didn't want to come pick me up because she didn't like that idea of, hey, there's standing water on the roads. But what you're saying is almost sounds like you're waiting for the end inevitably come. Why are you doing this? Because I have faith, wheel burner. I have faith. I have faith that this is going to work out. I have a strong feeling in my heart that this will work out. I have a strong feeling in my heart that these CSA points will fall off in 2 years. My insurance will come back down in 2 years. I feel that I will have the revenue to fix the truck. I would like to think that I'll be able to fix the 680 as well. I have that in my gut. I have it in my gut that I will be successful out here. And I just got to go through the fucking ditches and the trenches like anyone else, right? Anyone else where, when I came out, I mean, I was stacked with credit cards. I had no issues with maintenance. I had no worries. I had no stress. And I ran my business that way, which inevitably I ran it to the fucking ground. I ran it to the fucking ground because I didn't have any worries. I didn't think there was anything that was going to take me out until it did. So now I'm digging myself out of this, digging myself out. And inevitably, I believe that I will. I think I will dig myself out of this. I can't fathom for the life of me, Will Burner, while I'm in this business and I've got the 680 that's ready to fucking blow up, right? It's ready to be down for good. I can't believe that there like God, that there isn't something that put it in my heart to buy another fucking truck. I can't believe that I would have the desire to buy another fucking truck. And then on top of that, get into an accident after buying that fucking truck, after getting it back from a Sean, getting into an accident and then having people like Tennessee Matt come out of fucking woodwork to get me back in it, to get it from being a fucking totaled out piece of shit or a totaled out fucking truck to having nothing, to having good people like Matt come into my fucking life and then do what he did for the truck and for myself and my family, and then come back out here just to fail. I don't believe that's God's will. I don't think that's designed. So I firmly believe in my heart that I'm going to be successful out here. Firmly believe I will be. But I'm okay with if, God give it, God take it away. I'm okay with it being taken away as well. I know I'm going to be taken care of. I know I'm going to be taken care of. I know I will be. So I'm okay with whatever happens. I'm okay with whatever happens. But I believe in my heart that this is going to turn around. Wholeheartedly believe that this is going to turn around for sure. And I'm ready for whatever that happens. And I say that trying to speak it into truth, that will I have the balls to get a plane ticket and come home? I'd like to believe that I would, I believe that I would. I hope to believe that I would. But I also believe that I didn't get persuaded into buying a fucking truck to have it all fail. I have to go through the trials and tribulations. And this is something that I've never had to fucking deal with because I've never had a moment where I didn't think I was going to be okay. And now it's more of a financial issue of whether or not that truck is going to hold you together. I don't believe that it won't, you know. Would you stay in the trucking as company driver or get out of it and had it shut down? Charlie, I would think I'd go company. I'd be, as much as I'd like to think that, oh, I'd like to just punch in a clock and then get my paycheck and go home. The reality is that's not me. I've always been the feast and famine. Right now I'm in famine, but feast is around the corner. Doing the same old thing every day in a factory, mentally mind numbing, not interested. So I think I probably would be company again. Um, and then just enjoy the company for what it is. Enjoy not having to do IFTA. Enjoy not having to fucking pay for maintenance. Enjoy not having to scramble on the load board. Just enjoy trucking for what it is, you know, in a newer piece of equipment that I don't have to worry about, financially worry about. I think I'd be okay with that for a little while. And then I'm going to get tired of that. And then I'm going to go buy another fucking truck and do it again because I like the struggle. I like the struggle of not knowing if you're going to feed yourself tonight or feed the truck tonight. Like right now, we're feeding the truck. We've got money saved for fuel. That's it. Without fuel money, I can't make money. So we're not spending any money because it's got to go to fuel. You know, I got $600 worth of bills sitting on the counter that ain't going to get fucking paid because I need fuel money. I need fuel money. So those bills will sit. You always make it work, James, no doubt. I try my best. Almost everyone has quit, and you're still trucking, so you can make it through whatever this shit throws at you. And I agree. I agree. I believe in my whole heart. I could. This is just a learning curve, and this is perfect because did I enjoy the security blanket of fucking credit card? Absolutely. Was I spending money on the fucking truck that I didn't need to fucking spend? Absolutely. Absolutely. Had I noticed what was going on with that 680 earlier, and it's 100% my fault. I'm not blaming anyone but me. I should have never have put anyone in that fucking truck. I should have put no one in that fucking truck. I shouldn't have. And that's 100% on me. 100% on me. You've been lucky to have some good people around you. Wheel burner, no fucking doubt. No doubt. And everything happens for a reason. This is happening for a reason. I mean, everything happens for a reason. You know, the truck accident happened for a reason. Me not being able to find a load this weekend when I feel in my heart I desperately need, there's a reason. Everything, there's a reason for everything. And you just got to go with the flow and fighting with yourself about it and getting uptight about it. That's not going to fix anything. There's seasons in life, and I'm in one of those shit seasons. But it'll give me something to look because listen, I remember way back when I first started. You know, you have to know where you've been to understand where you're going. And if you don't have those fucking struggles, then your destination means fucking nothing. You have to know where you've been and what you've already fought through. And the fact that you got through that is only gives you more ambition and more power to get through another fucking problem. And we've gone through problems. But we've had financial issues and all that shit before. This is just another season. And we'll get through this too. I wholeheartedly feel that this ain't over because it could have been over as soon as they said, "Hey, James, the truck is totaled." I could have been done then. right? They would have paid the truck off. I would have had the 680 I could have sold. I'd had 2 trailers I could sell, right? I could have gotten out of it already. I was given an opportunity to get out of it when they said, hey, the truck's totaled. And I've got gap insurance, so it'll definitely pay that loan off. But it didn't work. It didn't work out that way, right? Because it wasn't supposed to work out that way. Because I can't believe that I would go buy a fucking truck when I already had one running. Why would I buy another fucking truck? Why would I buy another truck? But in my heart, buy another truck, buy another truck. So I bought another truck. Was a month later, the 680 goes down. A couple months later, I get the fucking truck back, which is saving my business. 3 weeks later, I'm in an accident. Truck is totaled. Now, then all of a sudden, not totaled, and you get Matt in with contact with me, and he's like, "No, dude, we got this." Invites me into his home for a solid fucking week. We were there. He took time off of work to work on the fucking truck. I mean, to have that, it'd be disrespectful to Matt to just, to give up and quit. It'd be disrespectful to him. Things will get better. Just keep the faith. I believe that better days are ahead. I agree as well. It can't get worse. Shit happens. Real friends stand up in times of need. Absolutely, baby. Absolutely. The ones that fail are the ones that give up. That credit, you can get all that again. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Bullshit aside, you got this. Appreciate that, Unfiltered. Love you, brother. Damn right. Fuck that company driver shit. Sean, I hear you, brother. I hear you. You could have put me in that truck. You would have been in better shape because trucking is in my blood. And Gary, I agree. I agree. And I don't want to, shit on anybody, that was in that truck, but that's my fault. It's got nothing to do with them. It's 100% me. I should have pulled the plug on that shit long time ago. I really should. I've been one check engine away from bankruptcy a few times in my career. Learn from your mistakes. Carry on, man. I'm sure you'll get through this too. I appreciate that, brother. If you're not fighting, you are losing. There you go, Duluth. Perfect. That's a good. That's a good saying. Yeah, if you're not fighting, you're losing. I like that. I like that. After his most medical vacation, he definitely should have taken over the 680. But if you did, would you have bought the 386? I don't think. No, I wouldn't have. You're absolutely right, Tennessee. I would not have bought the 386 had I taken that truck back. You're absolutely right. Sounds like you're hanging on by a string. Why deal with the stress, Charlie? Because that's all I know. That's all I know, Charlie. If you get too comfortable being comfortable, and I'm not comfortable being comfortable. So the stress is the it's what I've always it's what I always have. I've always had it. That's why I've always been more into sales and more in commission based. I like that pressure. I like the fucking stress. I like the wins as much as the losses. I like the unknowing and being able to do shit not everyone can do. That's if I could easily go work at John Deere, I could go work at Alcoa, I could work at ADM, I could go work at Purina. I mean, there's a lot of fucking jobs here. I could go work at a fucking factory. But I'm telling you, there's nothing I love more than this. There's nothing I love more than this. They ain't always treated me bad, or it ain't always treated me good, but I just, there's sometimes where I think, it would be nice just to go punch in the clock and go get your fucking steady 80 paycheck. But then after a while, what are you doing? You're working for the man, getting menial wages, even if it's $1,000 a week. You're not going to work in a factory making $2,000. You're not going to do it. Plain and simple. I think we get a little too attached to the dollar quantities. But yes, would you get insurance? Yeah. Would you get benefits? Yeah. Just not my jam. I I prefer this. I prefer the fucking stress because with their stress, and then when you get back on, then you're good. And then I was stressed out before I got the truck back. Right before we got the truck back on the road, I was stressed out. Then I got it on the road. We've had some issues. Had it in the shop a few times. I'm screaming I'm going to go bankrupt every fucking week. Tennessee Matt knows. Anybody in Zello knows. And every week I'm crying wolf. But then I come out of it. And then I voluntarily put the fucking truck in the shop. Voluntarily spend another $1,800 because I can. So and then what's that do? It puts me back at that stress level because I could have worked Monday, or Wednesday. I could have not put the truck in the shop. I could have kept running it because that sensor wasn't keeping me from running. That sensor was a violation, yes, but is it keeping the truck from running? No. Is it keeping me from making money? No. But I had the money to fix it, so I got it fixed, which then took a week. So I lost a week's worth of revenue, knowing damn well I've got insurance due at the end of the month, which I'm going to have 2 weeks to get that insurance money. But I have faith that I will do it. So I put myself in situations. I could have not fixed the truck. I could have ran last Monday. I could have left and had an extra week of revenue, but I didn't because the truck comes first. The revenue will come. Revenue will come. It'll all work out. Oh, Kevin on Alley. What's going on, brother? Fuck it, James. We're getting an SBA loan next year. No, no SBAs. Did you file bankruptcy or just lose your available credit? I just lost my credit page. Um, it's kind of like with COVID. They took your balance and then that's what your credit line is. So credit cards, I had 28,000 or whatever on it, and I was carrying a $12,000 balance. Now you have a $12,000 credit line. So it's same as what COVID. They just cut my lines in half or what was available. So there is no more. There is no more. Male gigolo or trucking. That's it. No other. That's it, Tiny. I mean, and I don't feel like sucking dick, so I'd rather get fucked in trucking than suck dick. You know. Um, yeah, very low home expenses. You can work in a factory and be home every day. And Charlie, you're absolutely right. But I would be bored to fucking death, Charlie. I'd be bored to death. You want to see a whole new level of fucking drinking? Make me sit at home every day. Make me sit at home every day. You're going to see a whole new level of fucking drinking. You go there, you just be working for the next weekend off. Exactly. Those people are more stressed than us. That they're out there stealing and shit. Oh, exactly. And the fact that you got a paycheck, there's no more. You can't work more. See, with trucking, you can always work more. You can always work more. Um, I could stay out an extra weekend. I could stay out 4 weeks instead of 3 weeks that I've been doing. It could all be that, right? You can always work more, but factory work is all dependent on how production's going. You know, like right now, Randall's struggling a little bit because they're in the slow season right now, so he's struggling. Now he'll be living high on the hog when he gets the hours back, when it gets busy again. But he's got no other opportunity to make money. You know, meet event. That's what we're here for. Life is life. Exactly, baby. And I enjoy Zello to be able to vent. Have a pity party for 2 seconds. After over 300K in cancer costs for my wife, I'm glad I have a home job and healthy insurance. Exactly, Tennessee. Yeah, I personally, don't have those ailments. I mean, the wife has her insurance, but you know, I think every day that I have my health because I ran into another friend that I went to school with. He was in my class. We worked together at the American Legion, and then I find out he's got fucking cancer. And it's like, holy shit, dude. I mean, a lot of people in this town have fucking cancer. And then, we think it's the GE plant, obviously, fucked us over. And now they're opening a GE plant in Kentucky or something. Well, hopefully they treat your fucking land a lot better than they treated our land, because where that building was has been demolished, and now it's just a concrete pad, and there'll be nothing ever to be built there because they were supposed to clean up their toxic mess, and they didn't. So now we capped it with concrete, like Chernobyl. It's it's a fenced in concrete parking lot you cannot use. It's fenced in, just concrete pad. So hopefully GE, and they're doing the same shit they were doing the switches. They're doing all the switches in the metal little bracketry for the little bullshit for the switches, and that's what's coming into Tennessee or Kentucky, one of the two, where GE's coming back doing the same shit they did here. But hopefully they're not dumping their fucking nickel plating and all their chemicals into the fucking backyard like they did here. I didn't think I had those either issues until we did. Exactly, dude. And if that happens, I mean, geez, I wouldn't even know what to do with myself. It's tough enough with Lorraine having these stones that just keep producing, like bang, bang, bang. She just had 4 taken out. She feels she has another one now, and it's like her kidneys just produce stone after stone. And what are you going to do? What can you do? I live in within 35 miles, three coal-fired power plants. My area is known as Cancer Valley. Yeah, Mark, we've got Cordova. We have a power plant, nuclear, and that thing was supposed to be shut down years ago. That thing should have been shut down years ago, but then they re-annied up, and now all of a sudden now it's good, and that's in Cordova, Illinois, which is, I don't know, half hour or so from here. We're directly in the path. If that thing has nuclear meltdown, we're going with it. We're going with it. Hopefully all the audio is okay. I had to change earbuds. These earbuds, you get them off Amazon, cheap as shit. But and if you lose them, which I have, because I only wear one at a time. That way, when it goes dead, then I put it back in the case and I pull the other one out. So I only wear one earbud at a time. But I'm telling you, that's the way to fucking go. I like to experience like the iPods or the earpods or whatever the fuck, the iPhone ones. They're like $400 fucking dollars, dude. You know how many earbuds I've lost? I would be sick to death if I lost a fucking $300 fucking earbud. God damn. How would you be bored? You can plan things to do being home. I would take a factory job or get a sales job because that's how you're wired. Sales job I could do, sales would be fun. I mean, I enjoy sales. I always have, whether it was Schwann's or insurance. Insurance was more feast or famine. I mean, you could have really good fucking weeks in insurance or $0 in insurance. Schwann's was just always money. I mean, we bought this house with Schwann's. I mean, Schwann's was. I love Schwann's, dude. I would have never gotten out of Schwann's. I would have been a Schwann's man my entire fucking life if I could. But bad management, bad CEOs. What a tragic fucking ending for Schwann's. Oh my God. how they just, one CEO can fuck it all up. Like, Schwann's has been around, fucking feels like 100 goddamn years. And now it's just a whisper of anything. Like, you don't even see a Schwann truck anymore. You know, it's impossible. And we were making so good of money at Schwann's. We were making so much money at Schwann. And to think that we made money, but you tell me that the corporation couldn't make no money? They couldn't make no money? It just got ridiculous. It really did get ridiculous. I live near the Caterpillar plant in Aurora, Illinois. I never thought that plant would close. My dad had 30 years there and gone, so factory lasts forever. Yeah. Well, see, I was in the steel mill, so I would have had no problem. I would have probably retired because the money was really good at the steel mill, and I would have probably stayed there. I was never looking for another job after I got to the steel mill. Never once did I ever think about finding another job. I was there till the end, and then it ended, and then I got laid off, and then I thought to myself, what job is out there that I'll never get laid off again? Where is there a job that I'm not setting myself up for failure? Because when you're making that kind of money at the steel mill, there's only a handful of jobs that are going to pay what that steel mill pays. And I had to find a job that I was never going to get laid off, or if I did get laid off, I could find another place to go. And it was trucking. It was trucking or barber shop. I was going to be a barber or I was going to be a truck driver, one of the two. And I chose truck driving. Sometimes I wish I would have chose barber, but I chose trucking. And I've never been laid off, you know, never been laid off. What companies besides TQL and CH take new authorities? That's a tough question. I mean, you just have to call them and see. Because I know TQL, CH, goddamn, I couldn't even remember what other like legit ones. I think it's 90 days or something for JB Hunt. Maybe Uber. I don't know how long Uber. It's getting more. It's more difficult now to be new authority because now they want an inspection on your authority because there's a lot of fraudulent shit been going on, and it's difficult to get an authority now. You know, seen some YouTubers what they hold, and I want your take on it. Fran, I couldn't tell you because I think a lot of policies have fucking changed. I don't even know if C.H. Robinson is taking new authorities anymore. They might, because considering their rates, C.H. Robinson rates are shit. If you guys are running C.H. Robinson, it's because you have a dispatcher. Otherwise, no one's running C.H. Robinson. There's no one running that shit. It's garbage. I mean, I'm seeing loads like, how the fuck is anyone even taking these fucking loads? They're absolute fucking trash. So I don't even know. I don't know what to tell you, Fran. I wish you the best, but it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a bigger challenge than it was for me when I came out, because they weren't asking for inspections. They weren't asking for a whole lot. But now they are. Why not file bankruptcy and keep running instead of paying minimums? Just wondering. I'm close to. Michael Page, the whole bankruptcy, I think the reality is, if I did that, then I haven't talked to an attorney, so I don't know. But I'm assuming they're going to go after the truck, even though that's for business. I still think they can go after the truck. So that's what I'm trying not to do, is lose the truck and the trailers. Now, obviously, when I can't make any more money, or that and second, you kind of save the bankruptcy for when you can't fix the truck anymore. Then you can file bankruptcy on the truck. But if you file bankruptcy and you're not filing it on the truck, then when the truck breaks down, you can't fix the fucking truck, then now you're stuck with that truck payment, you know. So you kind of save the bankruptcy for like last scenario, you know, like worst case scenario where you got no other options. I mean, bankruptcy shouldn't just be like, oh, I'll just file bankruptcy and clean this up, clean that up. Bankruptcy is like the last ditch effort, you know. That's it. There's a company, right? Right one where you can buy just the AirPod. Oh, is that right? That'd be all right. I didn't know that, but that makes sense. But I like to. I've got some generic ones, but you know, then they don't charge or they stop charging, and I'll clean with alcohol pads and Q-tips with alcohol and maybe get an extra week or something. But they inevitably they just stop charging. Not and then some of them will, of course, I lose. But I don't like this style has the little earbud. I don't like that. One, when I sweat, they fall out. Two, it kind of cancels my hearing because it's like an earplug. I don't like that. But I like the Apple style because it kind of just sits in your ear. I like that. And you can get some off of Amazon, the generic ones, but one, their charge isn't very long. And they stop charging because they just, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the battery or it's that little metal pin that charges gets bad or whatever. But I'd like to have a set just to see what it's all about. But I don't know. There's a guy on YouTube with Knight and Landstar. He runs CH. Out looking at his numbers, which he puts on the glass every week. He doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah, there's plenty of those. Once upon a time, Semper Fi. Quick, good morning, brother. Are you letting your credit go? Are you letting it? Yes, I am, Charlie. 4-4 day retired from trucking. He says he's investing in coin mining. You know, to each his own. That's me. I mean, he seems to be doing well with it. I guess that's his jam. It's not mine. I don't look for magic money. I look for money earned. You know, money acquired. I'm not looking for magic money. I don't. I guess I'm old school. I'm not in a frame of mind that my computer mining shit is going to create revenue. But that's just me, you know. I mean, there's plenty of ways to make money out here. It's whether or not it's your jam. It's when it's not my jam, you know. But yeah, yeah. So the credit, I'm just the credit is what the credit is. To be honest with you, I'm an open book. I mean, you guys know this. It's more or less we're going through right now like a debt relief settlement issue. So more or less, you take all your credit cards, you hand them over to a lawyer. You pay the lawyer. Like I'm paying $1,000 every 2 weeks, so $2,000 a month. I pay an attorney, and the attorney opens up an account, takes my 2,000 a month, builds it up, and then he contacts credit cards and tries to settle the debt. Because with the interest rate and all that stuff, that debt, whatever I borrowed, has already been paid back to them, right? What I borrowed has already been paid back through interest. So the attorneys are more or less taking this money, and then they'll contact lawyers and try to settle. That's what we're doing now. It's not bankruptcy. It's none of that shit. It's just have an attorney do that. You know, of course, that shit ain't free either. But that's what we're currently doing. Because, dude, if I pay only the minimums, I'm at $4,000 a month. Just paying minimums is $4,000. I'm never going to get out of debt. I'm never going to get out of debt. And I'm not making the money I was making. You know, I don't have contractors. I don't have anything. So it is what it is. So that's what we're doing is a debt consolidation. or not a consolidation. It's because it's not a consolidation, because that would be like chapter what, 13 is debt consolidation. It's not bankruptcy by any means. I can go bankrupt later, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm not going bankrupt. We're just have an attorney trying to negotiate the credit cards down to where we can just pay them off is what we're doing. Does anyone need a real nice chrome 16-inch front bumper for a 387? That is a good looking bumper. Did that many years ago, saved my life. There you go. That tanks your credit so much during that because the minimum stop. Listen, my credit shit right now anyway. I'm not buying anything. And listen, dude, I was out of work for 2 months. The truck was down for 2 months. How am I paying fucking bills when I was down 9 weeks of the accident? 9 weeks. How am I paying that when if I pay minimums is $4,000 a month? If I have zero money coming in, how am I paying $8,000 in fucking credit card debt? I'm not. My credit's already fucked. My credit's already fucked. I can't pay the credit card debt when I don't have a fucking truck for 2 months, over 2 months. How am I supposed to pay anything? How am I paying anything? I'm not. You know? So you're taking a hit on your credit score. Are they calling you all the time? Absolutely, Charlie. And I just hit ignore. They do give you a phone number. They give you the lawyer's phone number so they will call him. But I don't even answer. You know, they say either talk to him or don't talk to him. We'd rather you didn't. We'll be in contact with them. So sooner or later the phone stops ringing. So because they will send a letter and all this other stuff and give them the lowdown of what's going on, and then they'll stop calling. You know, but yeah. My credit's shit. My credit was shit before I started. You know, you need to find a way to generate more revenue. I agree 100%. Double down. I absolutely do. What do you think about Landstar and Mercer? Have you ever thought about going to either of those places? I'm not going there. They want Swift, all their rules and shit. One, I wouldn't do Landstar unless you have hazmat and you want to do specialized shit. People that are at Landstar could do fairly well at Landstar. If you have hazardous, if you got hazmat and you're more specialized, you'll do well at Landstar probably. Going in with just a CDL, probably not doing that great. You're not going to do that great, my opinion. There's a lot of people that failed out of Landstar, as you know, many have failed out of Landstar, but people fail. Well, people fail at everything. So you can't judge the book by its cover. I don't know enough about Landstar other than the nickels and dimes they charge you, the percentage that you get off of a load. I think it's 73% of the load. Granted, they have their own freight. Are you getting the 73%? It's just like with Schneider, you're getting 64% of the rate. But is it the true rate, or is it the rate that Schneider National gives Schneider? Because Schneider National is their broker. Is Schneider brokering themselves load for their contractor to get 64% off, or are they getting 64% of the real deal? Who knows? You know, who knows? I don't know. I wouldn't want to fuck with Landstar personally. Mercer, I've seen them. I haven't done anything with Mercer. But there's some people that succeed at Landstar. But see, this is the deal with Landstar. One, they use mailbox stickers for your truck number. That's shitty. Two, it seems like every fucking truck that's running for Landstar is a fucking jalopy. Like, they're all pieces of shit. So I've never seen like new trucks running for Landstar. They're all jalopies. Now, if they have the specialized shit, well, then you get the super condo trucks, but that's, you know, specialized hazardous. I mean, they're doing shit the average Joe ain't doing. you know. But the average Joe pulling Landstar trailer, they look like fucking jalopies, you know. Landstar rates need to be about $3 a mile to even be worth it. They take so much percentage. Exactly, double down. Exactly. There's a lot of people that gone to Landstar. A lot of people failed. It might be the individual that fails, or it's the system, right? The system fails. But they take what, 73, or they give you 73%. 73% of what? I don't know. Because you got Landstar, you got Landstar Ranger, you got Landstar this, Landstar that. Are they brokering, like selling one load Landstar Ranger, selling it to Landstar, which then they'll give you 73% of that load? Who the fuck knows? You know? You never know the true freight of any of the companies or the brokers. I don't care. I know, and I'm going to haul it for, and that's all I'm concerned with. My bottom line. Exactly right, Fran. It's just like, I don't care if this. One thing with Landstar does do a lot of double broker, and that's good for me because one, Landstar is factorable, where a lot of these other companies, and I'll see it on the load board. I'll see the same load on the load board, and they're not factorable. About an hour or so later, you see a Landstar has the same load, but they are factorable. I don't care if it's double brokered. I don't care if it's double brokered because Landstar, I can factor Landstar. Landstar is on the hook for the money, not the other shitbag broker that they got it from. Landstar themselves are on the hook for the money. So I like the double brokering. Sometimes it works in your favor, especially with Landstar, because they will double broker and they don't care. And in turn, I don't care. I like it. Because there's some loads, like I said, that they're just not factorable brokers. But then give it a minute, and Landstar will pick it up. And when Landstar picks it up, well, now it's factorable, I love it. GW, good morning. I have another brewski here. We got a lot to do today. We're not going to get hemmed up. We're not going to get hemmed up this morning. Yet. But you never know. I might change my mind. But I need to go make sure the truck is running. So, is Hensley still alive? I have no idea, KQ. I have no idea. I hope he is. I don't wish any harm on anyone, but I have not talked to him, heard from him, heard about him, nothing. I did hear he lost a lot of weight. So I don't know if he got weight loss surgery, if he's on Ozempic, or if he's sick. I don't know, but I did hear he lost a lot of weight. But I don't know. I don't know if he had or hadn't. It's just like rumor mill is kind of what I would call it. I don't know. Hopefully he's doing well, and hopefully he's not sick. But I haven't heard much of anything about him. Hopefully he's all right. But hopefully we can get a good couple weeks. Like I said, insurance is due, which I did take the 680 off of the insurance, which saved me a fuck ton. Dude, I almost puked when I see my insurance quote, 30 grand for a year. 30 grand. Ugh. Fucking sickening. I thought, now listen, I'm going to tell you this though. Even at 80/20, I still make more money having my own authority, paying $30,000 a year than I am leasing onto a contractor at 80/20. I'm still making more money with my own insurance at $30,000. It's still more profitable for me to fucking stay my own authority than it is to work for someone else or under someone else's authority. But 30 grand. But we were able to get rid of the 680 because I was looking at the cost of the 680. I thought, Jesus Christ, dude, I'm not even 680 ain't even moving. I mean, it's half tore apart. what are we insuring this thing for? So what they said was, if it's not, and if you can take it out of the motor carrier's name, which it's not in the motor carrier's name, it's in Best Trucking's name. So since it's not affiliated per se with Best Motor Carriers, then I don't need it. I can take it off my insurance, thank God. Because that dropped me 50%, damn near 50%. So, well, over 50%. So now my insurance is it's 15 grand with Great West, or 13 and change with Progressive. Now I did talk to JT because he's got Progressive, and I just wanted to make sure, hey, because I've heard rumors that Progressive is starting to get to be a shady insurance company. Like, some brokers don't want to fuck with you because it's Progressive. Progressive does not have a good name anymore. I talked to JT, and he says, I've only had a couple brokers decline me. They were bad loads anyway, but he did find a couple brokers wouldn't work with him because of the Progressive insurance. So now I need to make a decision if I want to stick with Great West and pay the extra money, or gamble and go with Progressive. So I need to make that decision up as well. But the main brokers that I'm currently using, they're okay with Progressive, so it's not a problem. I just don't want to be able to get. I don't want an opportunity to get turned down. Otherwise, I'd be running around with OIDA insurance, the cheapest fucking insurance you can buy. But I don't want to not be able to book a load because of the insurance, because one load that you don't get because of the insurance is damn near pays the difference between the two. I mean, in all reality, it's not that big of a difference per year. So I think I'm probably answering my own problem here. I'll probably stick with Great West. But you never know. Little guy trucker, I think he's pulling like logs or something. His dad pulled logs. He's back pulling logs. He was working for RTS or whatever. That didn't pan out. Like all of little guys, trying to be the office manager, trying to do something, not being in the truck. He like being a recruiter, being this, being that. None of that shit ever pans out for little guy. Reality is, I don't know how much of a businessman he is mindset. I think he's a good gopher. I don't know if he's like business mindset to where he's going to work well in an office atmosphere. I just don't think he's that guy. But he's back trucking back at home, I'm assuming. Just lease on to Super Ego. See, I don't want to lease on to anybody. I'll just disappear. I think authority is the way to go myself. You just got more control over your damn life. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, they haven't been paying out claims. Exactly. Double down. So, yeah, the Progressive one is, Geico. Yeah, Geico's probably, I don't know. If they don't want to mess with a big insurance company, I would not mess with them, because that's probably one that doesn't pay. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. What happened to Codename Narc? Quit trash talking. I think he just like grew up and got tired of it. Maybe. I mean, shit. There's only so much shit talking you could do. I mean, unless you're gonna ride fucking coattails of Tim Gentry, or you're gonna badmouth bigger YouTubers. Unless you're gonna do that and be that guy who's so absorbed with somebody else's life that you have to have it absorbed of your life. It's just, shit talking is fun. Don't get me wrong, but there's only so much you can say, right? There's only so much you can say. Before it's like, fuck it, it was fun for a minute, but it's over. It's just, it doesn't last. So I don't know. I mean, unless you're going after, the big hitters out here. Otherwise, what's who gives a fuck? I just think he's kind of lost interest in it because it ain't fun if you're not going back and forth. If it's a one-sided argument, then what's the point? If I'm out here bitching and moaning about somebody you don't even know, would you care? No, you wouldn't care. So what's it matter? You know, why not use 10-4 insurance? I heard they are cheap and good. 10-4 insurance is not an insurance company. I believe 10-4 insurance is an agency, as far as I understand. Super Eagle has several accidents totaled, and when does that? When does the DOT go after them? Well, the DOT goes after them because of their score. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Swift gets into a lot of accidents, but then they're rated like the safest because they have the numbers. They have the numbers of good drivers where their bad drivers get highlighted, but overall they're quote unquote safe company. I don't know. Tough call. And I'm not quite sure what DOT's doing anyway. I mean, first they were talking about, especially Arkansas, oh, we're getting rid of the foreign language, if you can't speak English. Well, then they stopped. They're the ones who started it. They're not even enforcing it. Like, how many of you guys that are driving around are you seeing way stations that don't have a single truck pulled in there? So where are all these non-English speaking out of services at? Where are they at? Because I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing way stations full of fucking out of service trucks. Are you? I bet you're not. I just don't think they're there. I don't think they're doing anything. I think it's all bullshit. It's or the reality is this: Amazon is hiring these guys nonstop. If anything, Amazon paid the county or whoever, and hey, turn a blind eye, you know, let them go, and they're doing just that because, like I said, Arkansas was the one who started it, and Arkansas is not enforcement. English thing don't matter. The visa drivers come here and work visas. Most speak English. There you go. They told them off already. Do you think they told them already? I don't know. It ain't gonna help. They're pulling loads across the country for $1 a mile, keeping them. Uh, yeah, they're either gonna keep them. They're gonna keep them. I just wish they were better. You know, I wish they wouldn't pull shit for $1 a mile, and I wish they would be like everybody else, trying to get as much as possible. Um, that's what I'd like to see, because then it wouldn't matter, would it? You know, it wouldn't matter. And it's hard to believe that they're pulling shit for $1, like they're just pulling anything to pull anything, when the load board is full of more than $1 freight, right? They're more than $1 freight out there. Why are these guys pulling dollar freights? I don't think they are. I see it on Facebook that DOT is going to start ticketing drivers for flip flops, and now that DOT make all kinds of money. Yeah, I don't know why anybody drives with flip flops. Hell, I don't even like driving my car with flip flops. I mean, they're slipping and they're coming off. I mean, I don't know, I don't know why anybody is driving with. I can't even, like I said, I can hardly drive my car with flip flops. Yeah, I they're comfortable if you're going to just go for a shower, if you're on your 34 reset, you know, to let your old dogs breathe. But man, I don't want to drive with flip flops on. That's not it. That's not it. Craziness. Maybe they kick them off and they barefoot drive. They only put flip flops on when they're walking in. I don't know. I don't find it comfortable at all. How long does Randall sleep in? Randall, I think, is up. Randall is awake, but it was raining. I think he was going to let Angel out, and it was raining. It stopped raining now, so he's up. I just don't think he wants to come out here. Are you enjoying OTR, or do you just have to deal with it now? No, I like OTR, Charlie. I will take OTR over bumping docks every day forever. I don't want to bump docks. Is one is too aggravating. I'm gonna go take a piss, but I'll talk while I'm pissing. Get my flip flops on. I prefer. Anytime I look for a load, I'm looking for 1,000 to 1,500 to 2,000, 2,500. I am not. Oh, I am not looking for a 500-mile run or a 300-mile run. I am not interested. I am not interested. I am not interested in my face in the load board every fucking day trying to find the next fucking load. I am not interested in dropping a load off in the morning, just running around trying to grab another fucking load, and then turn around and drop that off the next morning and go find another load. I'm not. I'm over that. I'm not interested. I don't give a shit if revenue's better. I don't give a shit if the rate per miles. I don't give a shit. I'm doing this for longevity of me, not revenue, right? I need the fucking revenue, but I will not be fucking around with shorties. I don't want it. I want to be able to pick up, run the rest of the day, run all day the next day, and then deliver the next morning. That way I've got a day or two to find another load. That's 1,000 miles, 1,500, whatever. And then I've got 2 days to find that load versus being pressure of trying to find another load and another load and another load. Now, I'm not interested. I usually do about 2 loads a week, versus when I was doing shorties, I was doing 4 loads a week. I mean, it's twice as much work for not twice the money. And they say, well, you're just racking up all those miles. Okay, tell me this. Is it better for a truck to be staying at, let's even call it 72 mile an hour, cruise control set for 72 mile an hour for 10 hours, running fucking 80 all day long? Or is it better to be stop, go traffic, turning left, turning right, doing all this bullshit, dealing with stoplights and stop signs? Which is better in a 10-hour period? Just cruise control or doing all that nonsense? I'll take the cruise control all day long. I'll do the cruise control all day long. I'll do the long loads. I don't give a shit about miles per hour, or, like miles driven. I care more about like engine hours, right? I would care more about just cruising down the fucking road for 10 hours than fucking around in goddamn cities trying to deliver and pick up and driving for a couple 100 miles and doing it all over again the next day. I'm not interested. I think it's harder on your equipment to run these shorties. But I like the longer loads. I like knowing that I've got a good day run, 2-day run, fuck, even sometimes 3-day runs. I love it. I love it. I'm freshly retired from OTR. Local work is so much easier on my nerves. Yeah, for some people, absolutely. Especially in dry van or reefer, the shorties will get you held up at shippers and receivers. Flatbed's good though. The shorties, they respect your time. There you go. Yeah, when you're bumping a dock, you're doing it twice. So you got 2 hour unload, you got your deadhead to get to your next pickup, another 2 hour load. You're wasting your day in the fucking dock. For what? Well, this load pays $3 a mile. Yeah, but it's 200 miles, dude. What? Well, what's the fucking point? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Because it's just a pissing contest of, oh, I got a better rate per mile. I don't give a fuck about your rate per mile. You know, I don't give a shit. I'm fine doing what I'm doing. To each his own. Because last I checked, I don't give a shit how far my piss stream is, and I surely don't give a shit about your piss stream. I'm gonna do what I want. I want to do because that's what I want to do. And if the money's there, great. If it's not, well, that's my problem. You know, I don't give a shit if somebody's making 3 cents a mile or $3 a mile or $1.50. I don't care. You know, 23. What's going on, Curdy? What's going on, you sexy baby? You're starting a little lose a little too much weight there, Curdy. I need you to slow it down. Pump the brakes. You're losing those sweet titties. You don't lose those sweet titties. Pump the brakes on the weight loss journey. But like I said, I like long loads. And listen, I'm not busting up the records here as far as revenue. But I'm telling you, if I do $1.50 all miles, I'm good. I'm doing good. I'm fine with that. Absolutely. I just want to drop a couple pounds, but my titties will be forever. I hope they will be here. They will be here. What matters is at the end of the day, are you profitable? Absolutely, Max Force. That's all it is. Are you profitable? And I will be profitable at $1.50 all miles. It doesn't matter. I'll take a $2 a mile load going somewhere and take $1 a mile out because that's $1.50. In and out is $1.50. $1.50 is easy money. I'm not saying that's what I run double down. I'm just saying that's what I'm okay with $1.50 all miles. I'm okay with $1.50 all miles. I'm not breaking the fucking bank, but I'm not gonna not turn a load down, right? I'm not gonna run. But like I don't know, last week I did $2 all miles. I've had $1.50 all miles. It all depends on where you go. But see, I'm more for the destination, not fucking the dollar. I'm still profitable at $1.50 a mile. All miles. To the guy that needs 35 plus a mile, your expenses are too high. I agree. $1.50 all miles. What is this? Archer Express? Dude, I don't get too worried about the fucking number. I just don't give a shit about the number. I really don't. Ghost Driver, what's up? My revenues, well, gross, my gross is the last 2 weeks been $5,100. And before that was a little bit more. But let's say I do 5K a week. I'm going to spend $1,500 in fuel. That still gives me $3,500 in revenue. I'm still doing $3,500 in revenue. So what's the problem? What's the problem? There is none. There is no problem. And it's easy to get 5K a week. I've never not made 5K. And if I didn't make 5K, like one week I had 45K, but the week before that I did 56. So 2 week average, still 5K. So I'm still doing 5K a week, which isn't that difficult to fucking do. Not difficult at all to do. So I don't give a shit. Worst case, I'll put 1,500 in the fuel tank. I'm still coming out 3,500. I'm still coming out 3,500 for the week. So what's it matter? I'm good with 3,500. Randall's in the basement. Hope all is well. I would definitely stay with Great West. Yeah, Stephen, that's what I'm kind of leaning towards. and not fuck with Progressive. Because honestly, all it takes is one load, and that really makes up the difference. You know, 3,500 to the house pre-tax is great money. Look to see what factories are paying. Yeah, exactly. Jeffrey Lake had you running short hops all this time. Yeah, it wasn't Jeff had. Jeff sold the idea of running shorties. Um, and you know what I was doing with Jeff? The best week was 4 grand. Now, granted, um, it, it, I was home every weekend, but the best I did was 4 grand with Jeff, and then it turned into 3 grand. You know, not it. 5,000 a week. What is this broke ass RBC logistics? Listen. I don't know what you're pulling in shop fees, and again, everybody wants to turn it into a pissing contest. I listen. What's good for you is, and what's good for me. It's like people say cheap freight. Well, it's only cheap if you're not going to make any money on it. If I'm still making money off of cheap freight, then it's not cheap to me. You know, I mean, it's not it is what it is. You know, it's okay what it is, baby. 5K a week is a respectable number. Everybody paid. Everybody eats. Driver gets to put a little something away. That's it. Um, yeah, I don't know what your number is, shop fees, but listen, I'm comfortable with 5K a week. I'm happy with that. Shop fees pulls containers for 450 a day. Everyone has their version of cheap freight, and that's true, Tessie. Everyone has their version of cheap freight. I mean, am I? Listen, am I the king shit out here because I do 5K? No, I'm not king shit out here. Uh, there's others. I'm at 4K a week on a good week. Yeah. Well, that's not. Listen, that ain't bad either. You're probably not putting 1,500 in fuel either, which I'll do 1,500 in fuel undoubtedly. There you go. Buying a Peterbilt, need 18 speed for heavy haul, starting on the 18th. Attaboy. See, boss moves. With that 386, I'd be okay with $1.50 a mile. Yeah, absolutely. If you're doing 5K dry van spot freight, you're doing good. I've averaged 65 last 5 weeks flatbed, so you're good. There you go, double down. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I think. I mean, that's more money than I've ever made doing fucking shorties. It's definitely more money I ever made, and I love the long haul, dude. I love the day driving. Before I didn't. But you got to remember, I was from fucking Schneider doing fucking Walmart, just bumping docks all fucking day. And then when I went to Schneider, Jeff is selling this. Oh, you do shorties, do the shorties. Then with Schneider, the long hauls didn't pay. It didn't pay to do long haul with Schneider. So because they were giving that to their company guys. So all they had was all these shorties with Schneider. So that went over to the spot market. I was running shorties on the spot market. But shorties, dude, I'm looking at the shorties nowadays. They ain't paying nothing. They're not paying nothing. What I used to get $1,000 to go to fucking Ohio from Clinton, Iowa, or Davenport, Iowa. I get $1,000 easy to go to Ohio. You ain't getting $1,000 anymore. You might get 800-900. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I love the long haul. I love just driving for the 10 hours. Do my 30-minute break. I love the longer. I love the longer. One, I love the West. I love the West. The Carolinas, love the Carolinas, and I love the fucking West. Salt Lake City, Colorado, even, granted, I haven't done any Washington or Oregon deliveries, but that's on my list because I want to do it before the chain laws come in. But I love going out West. Love out West. $3,500 a week pre-tax is very respectful today's market. I know a guy with paid off equipment making maybe 2 to 2,500, runs his ass off running for 88%, 1099. Yeah, yeah. I love the longer ones. You know, I get 4,000 miles for 300 miles, or 4,000 bucks for 300 miles, but I'm a gross at 100,000 pounds. Jesus, West Coast is the best coast, dude. I love it. I was trying to find a fucking load. It popped up today on Ryan, and then Ryan canceled it, but it was going to Ontario. Then I had a load from Ontario going to Carolinas, $2 a mile, paying 5,200 bucks, 52, going back to the Carolinas. A fucking sweet load, dude. I do that every day. Fuck the coast. The Midwest is where it's at. Oh God, no. I love the long. Yes, and thick, thick too. Shop fees. I like them thick. But yeah, the shorties. I got no use for them. I got no use to bump docks every day, facing the load board every day. You know, and I've mentioned this before on live feeds. I've had panic attacks. I've had mental breakdowns. Why? Because I couldn't find that fucking load. Couldn't find that load for the next day. Fuck, I don't have mental breakdowns with over the road. With the long runs, I got 3 days to find a fucking load. Minimum 2 days to find another load. I'm not stressing, dude. I'm not stressing at all. This is just so much easier, stress free, not to have to be looking at the load board every fucking day, trying to get that next $800 load, and then go do another $400 or $500 fucking load. Fuck all that noise. Fuck all that noise. No, thank you. If you keep the lib ideology out of the West Coast, best all day. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. I love the West, but it's always nerve wracking pulling those mountains. Don't want to hear loud bang. No, I do hear you, Double Down. I don't want to hear that loud bang of the engine blowing. But if that's the way it's going to go, then that's the way it's going to go. You know, call me Uber. Get me to the airport. All he's going to do is carry on luggage and go home. That's what I'm doing. Fuck it all. Truck, we just got out of the shop Friday. So we got that angle sensor fixed, SoCal. So now we got cruise control back. So we got no idiot lights on. The Bendix didn't need to be replaced, thank God, because that was like 3,500 bucks. It did cost. It was 1,300 to put the for the sensor and install, but it was another 500 for troubleshooting because after they got it all installed, it still wasn't working. So they had to delete the Bendix, reinstall the Bendix, and then everything worked perfectly. So everything is going as it should. Everything is going as it should. No idiot lights, no issues, no nothing. And then fixed the trailer the right way scale. I replaced the little block on the right way. I love the right way. I don't want a trailer without right way. So that little block was 50 bucks and about 10 minutes worth of bullshit. And that thing works like a top again. So that's awesome. So I'm kind of psyched to go out and be able to fucking hit cruise control and not have to throw my foot on the gas and run 72 mile an hour everywhere I go because I'm just used to get tired of holding the fucking gas pedal down. So I just throw my fucking foot on top of the gas pedal and let her eat. So do you run 6 days and take 2 off? No, TJ, I run about 3 weeks. Well, honestly, I run 2 weeks solid. I run 2 weeks. Then on the second week, then I'm looking for my go home load. So if the go home load happens to be there, then I take it. If not, I'll go wherever. But I'm always looking for the go home load on that after the second week. So, which tends to be then I do 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks. And then I'll take, the idea is to take 3 or 4 days off, but it's turning out to be fucking a week now. So a week is too much time. I'll be quite honest with you. A week at home is too much. So I like to do, because obviously, inevitably, that third week ain't worth nothing, right? Because now you're looking for go home loads, and you're gonna sometimes get home on Wednesday or Thursday. Well, the idea is to leave on Monday, but then Monday is sometimes not enough time, so now you're doing Tuesday or whatever. Or like with me, I intended to leave Friday. I wanted the truck fixed, and I was going to leave Monday. Well, they didn't get the truck in until Tuesday. So then Wednesday it was installed. They were still troubleshooting it. Thursday they called Thursday afternoon and said, "Yep, truck's done. You're good." I picked it up Friday morning. Tried to find a load for Saturday, for Friday actually. No go for Friday, and then Saturday we couldn't find load for Saturday. Now we're working on trying to find one for Monday. But yeah, it's been a fucking crapshoot, but we'll get it figured out. Smoke, what's up, brother? Out of the norm for the past, you gotta do what you gotta do. Exactly. And Boulder Woods, it's easy to make money when you're out 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. It's easy to make money doing that. It's difficult to do the 5 days or whatever and try to get back home and do 3 loads and then a 4th load going home. It's difficult to put that together and still make any type of revenue. It's just too much work. So, and I'm not doing shorties every fucking week. I'm not fucking doing them. So I'm doing more long runs. One, bigger payday and less stress. There's so much less stress. And it's easy to make money when you're out there too, because now you're just chasing miles. You're chasing miles, you're chasing dollars. It's easy. I don't have to be strategic of where I'm going and what I'm doing. I'm going to naturally fall into money. I'm going to naturally get it, period. So you put that many miles on a fucking truck, you're going to come out with a payday, You're going to come out with a payday. That's all I give a shit, And I like, after the second week, I'm ready, to be honest with you. I'm ready. Now, with the old lady coming out with me, in all reality, we could be out indefinitely, right? We could just wait for that go home load to fall in our lap. I don't have to look for it. And then we'll just go home when we go home, Are you going to stay west once October, November hits? No, I'm not going to stay west. I'm leaving the west. August or September is Colorado, September 1st. So that's required chain law. So I won't be doing any of that. And I don't know what Nevada's chain law is, Salt Lake City or Utah's chain law, Wyoming. I'll have to check everyone's chain law, but once I start getting to where I'm cutting my opportunities down because of chain law, then I'm not doing chain law anymore. I'm going to be done with the West. If anything, I'll be going more California, which will be coming from the South. I'll spend more time doing that versus the Northwest. I'll be doing more Southwest, through Arizona and New Mexico, and then up to California, and then back out the South side. But I intend to do long runs. They're just going to be on 10 and 20 and not 80 and 70 or 90, But I usually don't stay out. I don't stay west. I'll be staying out of the West once October, November for sure. I'm not chaining up. I'm not fucking all that. Get cables. Not everyone takes the cables, GW, so you still need chains because not everyone does cables. I don't keep chains on the truck. They're too heavy. Double down. They're too heavy. I don't fucking even, I don't even want them on the truck. You live out here, Ghost Driver? Chain law in Wyoming, Utah generally is November 1st, April 1st, like PNW. Okay. So November 1st. Yeah, even November might be sketchy sometimes out there, though, ain't it? I mean, I haven't ran out there, so I don't know. But isn't October, sometimes questionable up there in the mountains? Long game is more mile, more maintenance, more fuel, more everything but money. Tiny, I don't agree with that. I think there's more wear and tear being done on a truck doing shorties than just setting the cruise control for 10 hours. I just don't see that being a problem. Versus stop and go traffic and all this bullshit running with shorties. Bumping docks, spending 2 hours loading, 2 hours unloading, fiddle fucking around, trying to keep yourself loaded, smashing your head against the load board. Now, granted, you're using a dispatcher, but all the same, to keeping your eye on the load board every fucking minute, trying to keep these loads put together. The long ones are the way to go, The 40 in New Mexico gets, so you'd want to do 10 and 20, double down. And you're not going to be too out of route doing 10 or 20. Only certain highways. Try the auto socks. Auto socks are good until they're not. And I think even there's some states getting rid of the auto socks also. More snow on 40 last year than there was on 70. Yeah, that is true. I mean, last year, it was a lot. Because up here, like Sean was like driving in the fucking snow, even though he doesn't like driving in the snow. I said, well, run up north. We ain't got no snow. But he was definitely running into a lot of fucking shitty weather. Cooper, what's going on, brother? Just had a few minutes. Seen you on. I appreciate you, brother. Only certain highways in Colorado. Now, typically, might get a stiff on cabbage in October, but it's generally December, February. The worst in January, cabbage in Eastern Oregon. Okay. I'll tend to probably stay the fuck out of there anyway. Just for fucking, just for the chain law, I just don't carry them. And you got to have them during chain law, and that's where Colorado kind of sucks. But I usually stay like Denver area or Aurora or something. I never go into the mountains of Denver or west of Denver. I never do that. Even when I do Salt Lake City, I'm up north and I drop down to Salt Lake City. Hunter, what's going on, brother? Chain law on September 1st for Colorado is I-70. I-70 west of Denver. Oh, so you don't. So there is no chain law to go to Denver, just west of Denver then. So I can still go to Denver. I just can't go west. Still not driving. I'm a bad boy and have to go through the SAP program. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Only use changes if you have to. Get the triple rails are a major pain in the ass. Just carry them if you have them. Yeah, I don't even have them. That's the problem. I don't even have them. And to be honest, I don't know if I don't even want them. I don't want to even go if there's the slightest chance that I'm going to have to chain out. So this month might be the last month I go out west, to be quite fucking honest with you. It might be the last go around, and then I think I'll concentrate, which sucks because then that kind of kills a lot of the shit I've been doing. Because I've been doing a lot of Salt Lake City and Denver area, not Denver proper. But yeah, kind of be a bummer. Stewie, what's going on, baby? Wyoming is nasty too. Well, you have the wind, you have all that crosswind and then the blowing of fucking snow. And yeah, it just turns into a fucking nightmare. And you're not even chained up at that point. You're just in shit, right? You're just in shit. It's kind of like Pennsylvania, running around on 80 in Pennsylvania in the wintertime. You're just, you're not chaining up for nothing. You're just driving in shit the entire day. Yeah, pass on that. I'm over it. Midwest takes care of their shit. Pennsylvania, I found, don't do anything until the next morning, and then the next morning you wake up and it didn't look like it snowed at all. They do a great job overnight, but I'm just not interested in fucking with anything that's not in the Midwest. If anything, I might run in shorties in the wintertime, and not the long ones. I mean, unless I find long ones, but I might just run shorties in the winter just because I know Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, they take care of their shit for the most part. Thoughts on drop and hook? Rig pig, if I could do drop and hook, I've got an extra trailer. But to do drop and hook properly, and you have to have 2 locations for drop and hook. Otherwise, you're deadheading back to the original. And then it starts turning into a job also, because now you're going back and forth and you're doing the same shit all the time. And I don't want to do the same shit. I don't want it to turn into a job of doing the same loads every day. That's boring. I got no desire of doing that. I like seeing all the people that don't slow down in Wyoming in the median. Hopefully they find new careers. Yes, exactly. Midwest to Florida in the winter. Charlie, I did that my last year in the winter. I went from Illinois to Florida or Illinois to Texas, whichever was paying better at the time, or paid better out and backs, right? So I would do Florida, and then maybe one week I'd do Texas, or I'd do Texas back and forth and maybe grab a Florida. But that's all I was doing, was out and backs from Florida and Texas. Our state laid off a bunch of DOT workers because of the budget issue. We have a surplus of 880K over design. Oh my God. My chain philosophy is simple. If I have to put pieces of metal on my tires to be on a highway, I don't need to be on that highway. I'm with you, Ghost Driver. It ain't it. There are areas east of Denver, I-70 that. See, I got this stupid fucking dollar sign on this stupid fucking. So many that fall under the chain law. Okay, well, I'll just stay the fuck out of Denver. As soon as next month comes, I'm done. I'm done with anything west that's going to have a chain law. So I'm just going to stick with the southern states in California, and if I'm going to do long, that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to fuck with the west, Wyoming or any of that shit. I'll just stay south. Gets bad in Colorado with snow. Shut the highway. All that too. They shut the highway down. All that shit. I don't need to be involved in that stuff. I don't need delays because they shut a fucking road down, and then you know what's fucking crazy? They got all those, and you see them in the summertime. I mean, the arms that come down, they block the road up, but there ain't nowhere to fucking park. Run the East Coast. Fuck that, dude. Those motherfuckers can starve. I'll do the Southeast. The Northeast can starve to death. I ain't going. I ain't paying their tolls. I ain't paying their fucking New York HUD. I'm not paying their Connecticut trash. I'm not paying those motherfuckers from Virginia, West Virginia, they can all fucking starve. All that shit. Starve. I'm not doing any of it. Southeast, the Carolinas, Georgia, perfectly fine. But the Virginia's dead. There's just nothing coming out of that area. I'm over it. I'm not fucking with those states. Driving the south can be more dangerous in the winter. They don't salt roads. I understand that. Double down. Yeah, we know that from last year. Because last year they had a fucking winter shit all the time, like the whole year last year. Midwest got nothing last year. Hell, I didn't even fire up the snowblower last year. I think I had to pull out the shovel twice. I mean, yeah, the South was getting fucking hammered last year. Just curious, why do you keep the extra trailer in the 680 when the plate is doing well, or the Pete is doing well, and you have a good trailer? Because Stephen, I'd like to think until I'm proven I can't, but I'd like to think I can get the 680 fixed. I have not given up on the 680 as far as getting a new engine in it or rebuilt or even an engine swap. I haven't given up on that. As far as the other trailer, one, I don't think the trailer market right now is worth a fuck to even try selling it. I don't think I would get much for it. And it's, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt me much. So, and you never know, I might fall into a drop and hook situation. I highly fucking doubt it. But, I'd like to think I could get the 680 fixed. If I just come to the realization that, listen, this ain't gonna fucking happen. I'm every dollar I make is going into the 386. The 386 is gonna need to rebuild itself. The 680 is it's never gonna fucking get back on the road. Then I'll sell it. But until then, it's not costing me. Well, it's costing me plate money, but it doesn't. I'm not hurting to get rid of it, But I could sell it. I could sell both. I'm just not going to get a lot out of the 680, and I just got too much money in the 680 to give it away. I just got too much into it. When all you're talking, if I get a new engine in there, it'll be good. But again, a new engine, it still may not be good. It's a gamble. And if I get to the point where, okay, I've got enough money to fix the 680, well, maybe I just want to get rid of the 680 and the 386, just buy another truck or buy a newer truck. It's just, I haven't made any definite decisions of what I'm going to fucking do. So I don't want to preemptively get rid of it if I have a means to fix it. We'll see by next year. We'll see where we're at by the end of this year. If we're getting close to being able to get a rebuild or engine swap or whatever, and then I'll make it. I just don't want to get rid of the 680 yet. I'm not ready to get rid of it yet. Haul boats for Gentry. The problem with hauling boats is you got to have a hell of a lot of experience with flatbed stuff, and I have zero, so I would be a liability hauling boats. You never see loads going to New York City that pays well. I'm not going to New York City, so I don't give a shit. I don't even look. Anything that has Pennsylvania, all of it, I don't pay attention to any of them. I'm not going. I used to love Pennsylvania back in the day. I just don't. It's a highway robbery. It's not enough that their fuel tax is ridiculously high, but now their tolls are ridiculous. So unless you can go 80 every fucking time, and then it's just I'm over it. I'm over Pennsylvania. We had a very mild winter last year. February was moderate, but the snow level stayed high. So we had great water here. There you go. I have seen some engines on the Facebook. Not sure on quality. Yeah. I've seen a lot of engines on Facebook. I'm just not in a position to buy any engines yet. Will your other trailer pass DOT spec? Absolutely, Gary. It's a 2016. Or is it 16? 16 or 18? I'll just say 16. It's Wabash. Yeah. They just got new shocks on it because the shop brought the trailer in thinking it was somebody else's trailer, put new shocks on it, found out they put shocks on the wrong trailer. And then, so I got a free set of shocks. But yeah, it's got good tires on it, air ride, air slide. That trailer will pass DOT. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a good trailer. It's the ISX double down. The ISX 450 horse. Pennsylvania's too inbred. Pennsylvania is just, I used to run it a lot back in the day. I just haven't. I'm a guy of habit. Like once I start going to Pennsylvania, if I ever go to Pennsylvania again, I might always go to Pennsylvania and just start doing that. But right now, I've got a hard on for the West Coast, so I'm always looking for Utah, Colorado. I'm always looking for something else. I seen a load going to Washington, Portland, Oregon. There's a good load coming out of Port or going to Portland, and the market out of Portland isn't that bad. I could survive. I'd be satisfied with the rates that are coming out of Portland. So I've seen some for Seattle and shit. So I mean, I might go there, but I tend to just find my lane, and I stay in that area, whatever. My mechanic likes rebuilding those. ISS says it's easy. I don't know. It's number 2 and 4 sleeve dropped is what had happened. So for them to fix that and do whatever they do, I mean, they ordered a new turbo. All this shit was like $2,500 or 25,000, but that didn't even do the bottom end, which that's not going to cost that much more. But it came with a new turbo and maybe a new head. I don't fucking know. Regardless, it was too high for me. But and then the mechanics are saying, well, just put the new sleeves in, dude, and just run the fucking truck and get your rebuild money out of the truck and then rebuild it. That's plausible too. But right now, I don't have any contractors to run a fucking truck, even if I did do that. And one or second, I don't even have the money to put the sleeves in. So that doesn't do me any good either. And I got nobody that'll run the 386. They actually run it. But I like to get a new engine or a fucking whatever. Get the parts yourself, a little bit at a time. Get the kit. The turbo is bad. No, the turbo's not bad. Turbo's not bad at all. They just had one on the price list. But number 2 and 4 sleeve slip, so something's up that caused those sleeves to slip. So again, I don't know, and I don't want to buy the parts and then not be able to get it rebuilt because this engine blows up. It just, I'm counting on too much that this truck is going to stay together long enough for me to fucking actually rebuild it. And that's not necessarily true either. I could hire Coach. Coach is running, dude. I've been talking to Coach quite a bit while I've been on the road, and that dude is fucking running. He's out weeks at a fucking time. Do you see his semi makes sense? Maybe selling his hood truck. He's liking his 579. Oh, dude, I don't know why he bought that goddamn Kenworth anyway. It's not even the good Kenworth. It's a flat top. I mean, he's pulling dry van. Why would you buy a flat top Kenworth pulling a dry van? If you're going to have a flat top, I just buy a Pete. Yeah, it didn't make any sense why he bought that fucking truck anyway, or running it, for that matter, because that thing is just sucking fuel. I mean, it's got to suck fuel. Yeah, and Sammy's got a lot of fucking toys and a lot of shit he's got to pay for also. So, he's going to be a little more into the trying to save a fucking penny. I, on the other hand, don't have toys, so I don't have to worry about fucking money. I just need to keep the fucking lights on, That's all I need. Are you going to go back to bringing on contractors and sitting in the basement drinking beer? Charlie, that's the goal, right? But what I won't be doing, Charlie, what I won't be doing is giving up. Let's say if I fix the 680 and I put a contractor in the 386 and I can bring on a couple other contractors. Would I continue to sit in the basement? Yes. What I will not do is put anybody in that 680. I will always have a truck to run. I will not be 100% dependent on my contractors to make money because I can't afford to be dependent. And that's where I fucked up. I was dependent on these contractors to have enough sense about them that they need to make money, not to make me money, but to keep themselves in fucking business. But I can't be dependent on their income. So if they want to be fuck offs, they can stay being fuck offs. And then I can get in a truck and then I can create my own revenue if needed. But I can't sit in the fucking basement while I have fuck offs working for me. I can't put myself in that position again. So I will always have a truck and trailer that I can jump in the fucking truck and make revenue whenever the fuck I want. I will never put anybody in another fucking truck so they can fuck off. It's not happening. But ideally, yes, I'd love to get back in the basement drinking fucking beer. All you need is a kit that's easy. Kit comes with a top and bottom, and then you send head off and tested, or just buy new head. Of course, check the cam. Yeah, I see. That's where I'm kind of. I'm not. I don't know what fuck I'm doing. Coach is like 300. I don't know. He said it's a couple miles difference with the 579. Yeah, well, a couple miles difference ain't enough. 2 miles a gallon. That's not enough. What kind of mileage are you getting? Probably 6.2. On IFTA, it's always 6.2. Even on the 680. 680, the 386, 6.2 miles. On IFTA, that's all miles for a quarter. So there might be one load I'm getting 5 miles to the gallon. There might be another load I'm getting 7 miles to the gallon, but who gives a fuck? It's all that matters is what do you got at the end of the quarter? What do you got at the end of 3 months? That's your fuel economy. What you get bragging, oh, I'm getting 7.2 miles a gallon. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck about your fuel economy. What are you paying at the end of the quarter? That's what you can brag about. I can't brag. It's 6.2. It's trash. It's not 5, but it ain't 7 or 8, and definitely ain't fucking 9. You guys don't worry about your health. I don't care, Charlie. Clearly, I mean, I am drinking a light beer, but clearly I don't give a fuck about my health. It's not like I'm shoving ding dongs and little Debbies in my face while I'm driving down the fucking road. I don't bring any sweets other than a Pop-Tart for breakfast. I have Cheetos for lunch with my sandwich. It's not like I'm eating junk food and just snacking all day. I walk at night or when I shut down at night, or I'll walk in the morning after I take my shit. I try staying active as possible, but my health is my health. If it's my time to have a cardiac arrest, then it's my time to have cardiac arrest. Nothing I could do about it. There are people out here that don't smoke a cigarette in their fucking life and they get lung cancer. Health is, you could do whatever the fuck you want to try to be healthy, but listen, if it's God's will, it's God's will. You ain't doing a fucking thing about it. Plain and simple. You ain't doing nothing about it. There's people that have liver cancer, a fatty liver disease, and they've never drank an ounce of liquor. People can have trials and tribulations. But you can have people that smoke, eat a pound of bacon and a fucking dozen eggs every day, drink beers every fucking day, and they don't fucking die. They don't fucking die. And then you have other people that do everything correctly, like vegans, right? They're only eating vegetables and they die. We're all going to fucking die. We're all going to die. Keep my phone number. I'm always available for anything better than what I have now. Absolutely, Gary. Absolutely, brother. Because, dude, I'm telling you, I mean, I like to bring on more contractors. Currently, I mean, the money wise, it's just, I mean, my insurance, I guess my insurance isn't too bad considering I took the 680 off. So my insurance is a little bit more than it was last year. But I mean, I could bring on contractors, but my CSA score is kind of in the fucking dumps. Next year would be a lot better. But if I got the right guy, uh, if I got the right guy, I would definitely bring on another contractor. If I got the right guy. Your first contract, yes, my first Atlanta. You're absolutely correct. My first contractor was balls, and I thought everyone was going to be like that. I was wrong, clearly, because this dude had my truck for a year, and in a year, he bought his own truck, bought his own trailer, and got his own authority. I've had contractors for 3 years that couldn't pay fucking rent. So, how is that possible? How is that possible? What about your pot pies? Marie Calendar changed the recipe, Stephen, and they are not the same. They're now it's they don't put enough gravy in it. The crust doesn't get brown anymore. It's like microwaving a banquet pot pie. They they changed something, Stephen, and those pot pies they don't even resemble the pot pie I fucking loved. Nope. I I could live off pot pies. I can't even tolerate one anymore because they've changed something. Like the gravy's gone. It's just like pasty shit. It's not gravy-ish anymore, and the crust isn't browning. It's just horrible. It's horrible. So yeah, that's now I have to figure out like what am I bringing on the truck. So I grill out a lot of shit. So I'll grill out chicken breasts and brats and hamburgers. I've done pulled pork, and I'll bring that out on the truck. I'll Ziploc it or vacuum seal it, individual servings. I'll put it in the freezer, and then I'll put it in my freezer in the truck, and that's it. I'll bring some sandwich meat and gallon of milk, some creamer, and that's it. Mr. Misunderstood, what it is? That's a problem though. If they're good, they're going to go out of their own. You'll always be undesirable, unfortunately. Yes, there's always going to be the undesirables for sure. And if they're good, they're going to leave. Just like I left Jeffrey Lake. You know, I felt confident I could do it on my own. And you're absolutely right. And I expect that, right? I expect that. I expect to have people leave and do better to get their own authority. I want them to do that. The problem is you get the shitbags that they just fuck everything up and don't do anything. That's the problem. And then what you got? You know, you got nothing. But I want people to be good at it and to go and get their own authority. That's why, like Jeffrey Light, Jeff is always bringing on more contractors. Why? Because he's replacing the ones that leave and get their own authority. So yes, I'm a stepping stone. I'm not the end of the chapter. Now, some guys just don't go. They're not going to want their own authority. They're not going to want to fuck with all of it. They're happy doing what they're doing. They don't want the full deal when it comes to authority. And I get that too. Some people, hey, I'd rather pay somebody to do it. Well, in this case, they're paying me, and that's fine. You'll have that, but you tend to keep on bringing in contractors because contractors are tending to fucking leave. Because I'm a stepping stone. Jeffrey Lake, stepping stone. We realize that. You know, we're not the end game. Some people might consider it an end game because they don't want their own authority, and that's fine. But yeah, it's going to be a turnstile. I expect it to be a turnstile. I want it to be a turnstile. You know, I would love to see all the contractors get their own authority as long as I can replace. But the more people that get their own authority from coming with me, well, that says a lot too. Because hey, James isn't a dead end; he's a stepping stone. I want to get to the next level. I'll lease down with James for a year or two. He'll teach me the fucking ropes, and then I can go and get my own authority. That's ideal. That's perfect. That's exactly what I'd like to see. GW Ghost and Oser would break Swift. Oh god damn. My mistake coming on with you in order buying the Kenworth, leasing a flatbed, and letting Oser on. Had I not done those three things and ran with you, I'd have plenty of money today. And I agree, G-Dub. I think if you would have kept that Peterbilt and you took, well, I didn't have an extra trailer at the time. But you could have found a dry van trailer easy enough. And then when my truck went down, well, there's a trailer right there. So you wouldn't have had to wait too long, maybe a month. And then my trailer would have been available. And yes, it would have been a world of difference. Agree 100%. Agree 100%. Sean talked a good game, but he didn't last. Same with G-Dub. Do you ever think Coach will do videos again? No, I don't think so. You take midday naps on the road? I don't, Charlie. I don't. I do take midday naps at home, but I don't take any midday naps on the road. I wake up at 4 in the morning, at least 4 in the morning, and then I start rolling about 5 or 6 whenever my shit's done. And then I'll run 3 hours or so, get my 30-minute break in so I can get all my drive clock back. And then I usually I do 10 hours. I usually shut down with an hour left on my clock just in case that truck stop is full or there's construction on the exit or whatever. I can't get to it or whatever. I always give myself an hour leeway. That worst case, I can find another truck stop, but I usually shut down on the 10th hour of my drive clock. So I've got an hour to play with if needed. I think somebody asked if I ever eat steak. I don't eat steak on the road. It's too expensive. Also eating mashed potatoes, GW, carbs with the meth. Horrible for truckers. That's true. Would it be better to just hire a driver for 20 or 30% of dispatch them? I'm not sure on the math. All I know is contractors make me nervous. Yeah. One, I don't want to dispatch because I don't want to be that company, Stephen, to be a company that has company drivers. I don't want to be Schneider. I want to be Landstar. You know, I want to be where I have owner operators taking care of their own business, taking care of their own loads, doing their own fucking thing. And then I do the back office and I take care of whatever they need to be taken care of, right? I don't want to be a company owner per se. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. I want people to be able to go to the next level. And if I got a guy doing 20, 30%, he's just going to be a company guy, then I'm not interested in having company guys at all. I want to get people to the next level. I want people that are ready for the next level. So no, I wouldn't be interested in doing a 20 or 30%. My health requires I be more active during the day. So OTR is done for me. Local holding. Yeah, makes sense. You know, it makes sense. I mean, I like to be more active also, but, you know, I don't have arthritis and I don't have prior injuries bothering me, you know. As far as I'm concerned, I'm healthy as a fucking ox, dude. You know, could I cut back on some drinking? Sure. Could I cut back on the vaping? Sure. Uh, could I eat more vegetables? Sure. Other than that, dude, I'm a fucking poster child of fucking health. Health and fitness. That's me. I just don't, I honestly just don't give a fuck enough. You know, I'm going to do what I want to do because it makes me happy. And if it doesn't make me happy, then I just don't do it. You know, it's all about me. Do you still have your brokerage? No, double down. I sold it. I sold. Now, they fucked up. It's still in my name. It's still searchable, but it's inactive. What had happened? I sold the brokerage last year, and they're used to doing carriers, like buying carriers. They weren't used to buying brokerages. So I sold the brokerage because they asked me, hey, do you want to sell your motor carrier? I said, no, but I do have a brokerage I'll sell you. And they said, okay. And then they wanted to buy the carrier for $5,000. So I've got a brokerage. I'll sell it for $8,000. They said, okay, we'll buy it for $8,000. Then the bond, they didn't get that shit transferred over to their name before the bond ran out. So they tried to get another bond, which they did, but it had a lapse. And now, so what happens, same as your bond is your authority insurance. No different than, let's say, if you have a carrier, myself, if I let my insurance lapse, then and when I restart the authority or restart the insurance, my authority starts over. You have 0 years now. You start over. So now you're brand new again. And that's what they did with the brokerage. The bond lapsed. They renewed it, but not in time. And because it took them fucking forever to transfer, because they got the PIN for the FMCSA, they have the PIN, so they can go in there and change the name, change the fucking address. They can do all that shit. They didn't. And then they paid me $500 extra, so that I guess I sold it for $8,500 to get in contact with my bond and all this shit to give them a quote and all that shit. They wanted me to pay for the bond. I said, I'm not paying for the fucking bond. That's your jam, not my jam. So they ended up paying for the bond. I just gave them the contact. They gave me an extra $500 for that. And then it lapsed. So now it's inactive, but still in my name. So if you look up Best Logistics, it's still in my name, I believe, and still has my address. So they fucked themselves. They can't come after me because I already signed all the paperwork. I gave them everything to transfer the name into their name. The bond lapsed. Tough shit. The over the road will make you fat, high DP, diabetes, knee injuries, backs. Charlie, what job won't do that? What job won't do that, Charlie? I mean, any job that's paying, like factory job, there you always have a chance of injury or death. You're gonna any office job, right? If you're an office, somebody that works at a fucking desk in front of a computer, you also have that ability, you know, to have diabetes and have that. And our trucks don't have snack machines in the break room like people in the office have. So it's just every job. I think every job has that ability to do that. I try to do most of my driving at night. I love night driving. Oh, Gary. Ugh. There ain't no money to be made at night. All the money is in the morning, during the day. Carnivore's way to go. Bring lots of hamburgers on the road. I'm not a diet guy. I eat what I want. You should promote Jenny Craig or Weight Watchers. There you go. So many nobodies out of the loop trying to play catch up. Settle down, potato boy. No, I'm not. I like my bread. I love my pizza. I love my spaghetti. There's no reason for me to go carnivore. I'm just not going to, fellas. Listen, the reality is it's calories in, calories out. If you're overeating, you're going to gain weight. You can overeat meat. Let me point this out to you. I don't know how educated you motherfuckers are, but every hamburger, GW, when you're buying 8 fucking hamburgers at McDonald's, you're not burning 8 hamburger patties of fucking calories of protein. You're not burning that many calories or proteins. Do you know what protein also does? Protein turns into fat. Protein turns into carbohydrates. Protein turns into whatever. If you eat too much protein, you will also get fat. You will get fat. So it's not like, oh, I'm on carnivore or I'm on fucking keto. I can eat as much as I. No, a fat fuck will always be a fat fuck if it's because they put too much shit in their fucking mouth. If you put too much shit in your mouth, I don't give a fuck what it is. That fucking singer from the Smashing Pumpkins, he's vegan, dude. He don't even touch dairy products, and he's a fat fuck. He's vegan. Why? Because he eats too goddamn much. He eats too much. It ain't what you eat; it's how much you fucking eat. And eating 8 hamburgers, there's no reason for people to be gorging themselves. This is the reality. You fat fucks, and I'm not fucking lightweight here, okay? But people that want to lose weight, I don't give a fuck. If I lose weight, it's because I accidentally lost weight. I'm not intentionally trying to lose weight. I accidentally lose it. But you fat fucks that are out here trying to fucking get this magical fucking diet, your ass can't get past a hunger pain. You can't get past a hunger pain. But I'm telling you what, you fuckers will belly up to a goddamn buffet, almost give your fucking stomach stretch marks, and that pain feels good to you. Overeating feels good, but a hunger pain is decapacitating. Like, oh, I'm so hungry, I'm starving to death. But you overeating and stretching out your fucking stomach to where you almost could fucking puke is a good feeling. You feel good when you're overfull, when you overeat. That's a good feeling. But being hungry lasts about 5 fucking minutes. And then the hunger pain, you know what you're going to do? You're going to burp. And then the hunger pain disappears. The hunger pain disappears as soon as you burp. Hunger pain's gone. You can go all day and not fucking eat. But you guys have this eating disorder, and you think that what you eat, you can overeat whatever and think you're going to lose weight. I'm telling you, you're not. You're not. It's calories in, calories out, and protein turns into fat. Period. And guess what? Yes, your muscles are made of protein, but when you start getting on this keto shit and whatever, and you're burning fat, well, when your body needs protein, where's it going to go? It's going to go after your fucking muscle because you're shitting out that protein. Let's not fucking fool ourselves. You eat 18 hamburgers, you're shitting that fucker out next time you shit. Your body can't process all that shit, and when your body needs a protein, where's it going to go? It's going to go to your muscle. You're going to lose muscle mass because you're not eating. It's foolish. It's ridiculous. I don't understand it. It's calories in, calories out. You don't want to be a fat fuck, quit eating so much. You didn't get fat because you weren't eating 8 hamburgers a fucking day. And get off your fucking ass. Go walk. Go do something. If you're worried about your fucking weight, if you're not worried about your fucking weight, like I'm not, I don't give a fuck. I I don't give a fuck what I weigh. My handsome good looks Looks good on a fat man. It'll look good on a skinny man. It would look good on a morbidly obese. It doesn't matter. My sex appeal is here, and this is all I need to bring to the game. Is this right here? This here, no one cares about. It's all right here, right? Because they're not fucking my belly. They're fucking my eyes. When I have sex, it's right. It's right here is what you're having sex with. Not all that. Not all that. You know, you could be. This is. Would I rather be pretty like this and fat, or skinny with abs and look like a fucking crackhead, no fucking hair, and fucked up? And fucked up teeth? What would I rather have? A fat body and look like this, or a skinny body that looks like fucking hell warmed over? I'm telling you, I'll take this. I'll take this all day, all day, all day. I don't. Health is health. I've seen skinny people who are fucking runners have fucking heart attacks. I've seen fat people live till 90. Who gives a fuck? Just be happy. Just be happy. You can anything, but it's the portions that do it. Absolutely double down. You know, take the notes. James, you are healthier working in an office. Absolutely. My protein makes my sack stiff. Yeah, Billy Corrigan. Yeah, despite all my rage. Yeah, exactly. And he's a vegetarian. And he struggles with weight. That's his words, not mine. Majority of truck drivers are obese or out of shape. I agree. You know, who do you use? I use Motive, which was Keep Trucking. How special do you feel, James? So many people worried about your health. I'm not worried about it at all. Not at all. Look at Coach. He's about 300 pounds. Feed me. You used to have a neck, James. Yeah, I know. But listen, Charlie, I'm not going to fuck you. And if I do, all you're going to do is see this. Because I'm going to have you on missionary. You're going to have your legs up on my stout shoulders. You're going to have my belly rubbing on your penis while I'm plowing you. You know, but it's this. It's this, Charlie. Keto just removes fluid. There you go. Have you ever watched 600-Pound Lion? I don't watch that. Did your feet heal? I remember you had trouble with them. Your walking must have been better. Oh, Stephen Lau. I had plantar fasciitis. Oh, God, dude. And I was working in a factory. From working in the factory and walking on concrete, standing on concrete all fucking day. I had plantar fasciitis so fucking bad, where I was getting cortisone shots and all this shit in my heels. And it would move from one foot to the other, because then I would favor a foot because the other foot hurt. And then I got the cortisone shot fixed, and then the other foot would start, fucking up. What happened? I went to one of Lorraine's friends, guy friends in Minneapolis. There was a Kochli or some kind of fucking fair they got going there, and it's like a donut, Kochli or something fair or whatever this fucking event is. And I walked past a booth, and they were doing shoe insoles, inserts for your shoe. And I'm struggling, dude. I struggled bad with plantar. It didn't matter what insole I used, what shoes I bought, what boots I bought, other than cowboy boots. Cowboy boots helped a lot. But pain. And wife and I walked past the booth, and they were selling these inserts, and they said, we stopped and was talking and whatever, and then they make you step on these like ink pads or whatever, so they can see the pressure of where your pressure is on your foot and all that shit. And then depending on the measurements, they gave an insole. Now this insole, they'll tell you, it'll hurt you. It's going to hurt. But what it's going to do is realign everything, and you'll be good. And I wore those inserts for 2 weeks, and I have not had foot pain since. And once in a great while, I'll get like a little bit of a feeling that it's coming back, and then I just start using those inserts again. And I'm telling you, life changer. They were like $200. They were like, I don't know, Happy Feets. They were the plastic fucking things, but he had measurements, so he had like all different fucking sizes and shit. But what one of the tests was like, when you're standing there, he'll push you on you, and then you inevitably, because your balance is off, he push on you. You want to take a step back because you're tipping over. But when you put these insoles in, you were balanced, and your center was centered. So when he tried to push against you, you didn't budge, because it just balanced. It balanced your foundation, balanced the foundation. And dude, I haven't had foot pain in years. I think at least 2 years probably. I've had zero foot pain. Kolachki days, I think it is. Kolachki, is that a thing? It sounds like Kolachki days, but haven't had a problem with fucking foot pain at all. I also get these. You see them on Facebook, Hobie Bears. You ever seen that? But if you look at the insole, I don't know if you can tell, there's a little bit of an arch support in there. So I wear these all the time too, because they got a lot of arch support. But I'm telling you, dude, those foot inserts, man, huge, life changing. So now I can start running again, because before I couldn't run. Like Randall and I went to the track. He says, because we had a $50 bet, and he says, "Well, I'll run around this track if I can get out of the bet." And I said, "That's fine if you can run around the track." And I said, "I'll run around the track with you." Well, he got about, I don't know, 10 steps in and quit. And then I ran around that fucking track, and it felt good. It felt good to be able to fucking run again. But yeah, I used to do a lot of jogging. That's probably when I was probably best shape. I was running 6 miles every other day, but I haven't ran in years. But I like to start doing jogging again, because I enjoy jogging. But that Planar, man, fucking killed me. I just started spraying my feet with Flex Seal. never been having you walking around barefoot, Team Tiny? You got Flex Seal for calluses, like those Africans that take a fucking knife and cut off their calluses. God damn, if that fucking ain't disgusting. God damn, that's gross. Callus is so fucking thick. They literally take a knife, cut them off. You'd probably be a fast runner. But I think there in Africa, they have to run down their food. So that's like the Kenyans. The Kenyans are fast runner because they got to run their food down. So no wonder why they fucking win all those goddamn marathons and shit. If we had a run to get our food, we'd be good runners too. But we just walk or drive. But Randall picked up a bicycle at one of our citywide garage sales, and he picked up a bicycle. So I like to start riding bikes with Randall, but we haven't done that yet. But he wants to, so that's good. And he's been really good on his diet. He's been getting these frozen meals delivered to him. So it's $100 a week. He gets 2 meals a day, and they're frozen meals, I guess, but you can pick whatever you want. And that's all he's been eating for lunch and dinner. And he's losing a little bit of weight. It's not visually, it's not visually showing yet. because he's a big dude. But inch wise, he's proven to himself that he's losing weight because he had pants he couldn't wear before, and then he blew the ass out of his last pair of jeans, and then he tried on the jeans that were too tight for him a month ago, and they fit now. So he is losing some weight, which is good, and he's a lot more active now than he was driving truck. You know, any exercise is good, even walking. Absolutely. Do you go out bowling or watch a matinee? Uh, well, we used to have a bowling alley here, but it closed down. They're going to put in a gun range, but that never happened. Now it's the food pantry. When you first got out of the truck to dispatch, you were going to the gym and running with the wife. Yeah, yeah. When I first got out of the truck, I was absolutely, absolutely. Kenyans are the food. Goodness. Yeah, yeah. The Tour de Morrison. That's it. Brad, what's up, brother? Is he using Factor? That sounds about right, Charlie. That sounds about right. Yeah, his poop is shrinking. Yeah, I hope so too, Stephen. I hope and I think he will. He's finding that he's spending less money on the food because it's only $100 if he goes grocery shopping. He buys nothing but junk food, and and he's working and all that. So yeah, I think you do it. You know. Now Randall's home. He's watching TV or whatever inside. Randall and I are not connected to the fucking hip. You know, we don't spend every waking hour together. But yeah, he's doing good. Hopefully he keeps it up. And so far, his drinking has been a little bit down too. He hasn't been drinking as much, which is good also. Most big change just cutting out drinks and that contains calories. Oh, absolutely, double down. Yeah, he's changed. See, I'm not a big soda drinker either. I'll drink beer, but once in a while I'll have a soda if I have popcorn. I might have a diet root beer or something, but other than that, I don't drink soda. But once a week maybe I might have a soda. It's just not my. It's I just don't buy it. You know. So I don't buy it. I don't have it in the truck. I have bottled water and a gallon of milk in the truck, and creamer, coffee creamer. But other than that, I don't fuck around with sodas. Give him a 12 pack. Will he come out? Nope, I don't think so. Your truck's still on the road. Yeah, Brad. We just got it back from the shop uh, Friday, I think. Yeah, got the angle steering angle sensor replaced, and then they had to reinstall the Bendix, and then so now I got cruise control, so everything is good on that. And so yeah, truck's ready to rock. And then I got the right way fixed also, so ready to bang it out. Is Randall part of the family now? No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, we don't eat together. Uh, we don't, no. I mean, he stays in the basement. We stay upstairs. The wife and I will come out here. Randall will come out if he wants to and hang out or visit or whatever. But, there's times like when I'm on the road, Randall will come down here and shoot shit with Randall. Because she'll usually let Angel out if she's home while Randall's at work. And then, him and Lorraine might shoot shit for a little while and then that's that. So we're not, we don't eat together or live together type of shit. We got our own space. We kind of stay in our own space. Angel probably is because we'll bring Angel upstairs sometimes. So Angel, she'll come up to the top of the stairs and start crying because the cats, kind of fuck with her. under the door and stuff. So there's once in a while we'll let Angel upstairs, and she'll just lay on a fucking blanket, do nothing. Have a great week. I need to get outside and get some work done. Well, I need to go check on the truck, make sure the fucker still starts, or see if the APU is doing its job. And then that's pretty much it. Try to find a load for tomorrow, but Sunday, good luck. I mean, unless something pops up on a Click and Go app, which I'm not a huge fan of, but unless something canceled and they TQL pops it up, or Ryan Transport or something, TQL pops up a load. But other than that, need to go to the store, get shit for the truck, so we can boogie out tomorrow. Hopefully, worst case to be Tuesday, but God, I hope not. I hope tomorrow we're back on the road. I'm ready to get the fuck out of here. I'm ready. I ain't give a fuck what anybody says about you, Best. You're all right in my book. What do you think? I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. I try to be all right. You know, I got a fucking mouth on me and I can say some stupid ass shit, but as a human being, I'm a good fucking person. You know, I could say some off the wall shit, offensive, nasty, just nasty shit. But other than that, I'm a pretty solid fucking guy, I think. I'm not, you know, I'm not an asshole in real life. I've been worse, probably, but I'm all right. But I appreciate your rig pig. I do. But I don't know. Hopefully the rain's done. It's wet as shit. And I had to park on the nasty side of that Dairy Queen. God damn. That fucking place. I like to buy that place and just cut out the center and then put lines so people, you know, you just back in and fuck this fucking oval circle shit. But I don't, the guy who owns Dairy Queen's an Indian. I don't think he's ever going to sell that. I don't think he's going to sell that land. But I like to find land I could park my own shit on, you know, the trailer and truck, you know, and then wintertime, I'm going to have to figure out if it snows, you know, I'm going to have to figure out how to get that cleaned up because I'll get stuck. Like last year or the year before, I got fucking stuck. I had to have a buddy come with a pickup truck and drag my ass out of there. Horrible. Have you heard anything from Janko Jeans? No, I haven't gotten anything from Janko. I should, though. Do you get bored in the small town? Yeah, I do, Charlie. Well, you know, it's not like I'm Mr. Activities, you know, so if I lived in a bigger town, would I be like going everywhere and anywhere? No, I wouldn't. So I'm not Mr. Activities anyway. I just get bored in general. So that's why I like my backyard. I like, you know, like having the pool. I like to get a hot tub, like to get a fucking sauna. I just want to make my fucking living quarters what I want it to be. Right? Because then there's no need for a vacation if you're living the fucking dream at home. Right? There's no need for a vacation. Home time is vacation. That's how I look at it. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I just get bored of just not doing anything, like not having hobbies. If I had hobbies, right? Because there's a while I was just getting too much, you know, anxiety and fucking shit of not working for those 9 weeks. You know, I started working on the fucking Ford again, you know, because I've got to do fucking something. And if I ain't got nothing to fucking do, I go crazy. I go crazy. That's my next goal. Have a little lot, maybe some truck parking. Yeah, exactly. Do your oil changes and all that shit. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. What happened to the fancy basement studio? Well, Randall's living in my studio. Got stuck in the mud once, felt dumb. It happens. This wasn't mud. This was ice, ice and snow. I was just spinning out. The dude who played the drinking game and puked in the garbage can. Who wears Janko jeans? Oh, Clamp It. Yeah, Clamp It. I haven't heard from Clamp It forever. I don't have a Red Hawk update. Red Hawk asked me if I was doing fantasy football this year, and I'm not. So I'm not going to do fantasy. I got too much shit on my plate. There's someone still wearing Janko jeans. Yeah, it was old Clamp It. Moet here. What's up, shitbag? Fucking flies are getting crazy now. These flies there's no mosquitoes, but these flies are unforgiving this year. I don't know what it is if we don't have enough bats or something to eat these motherfuckers, but they are fucking unhinged. I mean, Randall's got fly strips all over the fucking place. He got this fly trap that's you put water in it and put bait in there or something. That motherfucker gets full in no time. It's just ridiculous amount of flies anymore. I don't know what's going on. Texas Danger. Randall's living in my basement now, so I don't have a studio. Giant turd, maybe. Whatever did happen to Nevada and his truck control trails. Nevada, last I seen on Facebook, he's in Israel. He's in Israel doing the tour of Jesus. So, yeah, he's getting in touch with his spiritual side, which is good. But that's where he's at. He's in Israel now. I don't know if you got him on Facebook, but he's doing some videos and stuff there. These 2025 flies seem like they have keys to our homes. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous, dude. It's ridiculous. The flies this year is like, it's not mosquitoes, zero mosquitoes, but these goddamn flies, man. I even seen a couple horse flies. Now, those sons of bitches, if you see one of them, you go after them until they're dead because those motherfuckers will kill you. They fucking hurt. And you don't need them multiplying. Wherever the fuck these flies are fucking, I'm telling you, I got half their crew in these goddamn sticky strips. I'm not fucking, no joke. Like the flies that we kill on a weekly fucking basis is ridiculous. Ridiculous. We got box elder bugs, no flies or mosquitoes to speak of. Honestly, the box elder bugs have not been an issue this year. Usually we get box elder bugs on our south side facing side of the house. We'll get a lot of box elder bugs. Have not gotten a lot of box elder bugs this year. But flies, Jesus Christ, you just can't. You can't stay on top of them, dude. You just can't stay on top of them. I mean, we're killing them by the thousands. Imagine if we didn't have all these fly traps and shit. By the thousands, dude. Let me show you this little fucking contraption Randall bought. I'll show you how many fucking flies have been in this thing. I mean, it works good. It's not the bag one like you see on TikTok, but he bought this thing. This thing is a pile of shit. Well, it caught a horsefly, though. You guys see that? This little contraption. well, I guess it's catching a few. Those colors and shit are supposed to attract flies. Well, they're starting to attract now. But look at this shit, though. We've got it over here in the fucking corner. I don't know how to switch my camera over, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. It smells like fucking raw sewage, though. But see all that? Look at all that larvae in there. Do you see it? Holy fuck, dude. It's just, it smells like raw fucking sewage. No, I found one of the shits. That's the first shit I've ever seen of Angel's. Never seen one single turd from her. But yeah, man, we just killing them by the hundreds, thousands. Where I'm telling you, killing them by the thousands. Now they're flies. I gotta take another tinkle. This is where I like. I just piss in my fucking backyard. Oh God, yeah. Just piss. How you know you're living? You know you're living good. Take a fucking. Now if I could just take a shit with Angel. Oh, fuck. Hit my head on my bug zapper. Take a shit with Angel in the yard one day. Oh, what the fuck is a box elder bug? They're nasty little shits. We've had more paper wasp, yellow jackets. Huh. Get Randall. Randall don't want to come out. If he wanted to come out, he'd be out. How far from the Mississippi River? I live the Fox River, and the flies are horrible. I am 12 miles. 12 miles of the Mississippi River. Well, hell, that explosion, that explains the smell of raw sewage. Yeah. Yeah, it's those goddamn flies, dude. Yeah, he had it hanging kind of where that other one was hanging, and it just smelled like raw sewage. It fucking stunk. I said he thought it was my smoker, which it could have been. Could have been. But that fucking fly thing, dude, is fucking stinks. All those dead flies in there. But I don't. They say until it gets fuller, until the water's gone. But listen, I don't think that thing is attracting when there's that fucking deep flies. I don't know. We'll have to see if it fills up. But you see on TikTok stuff where they got those bags, like where they have horses. Anytime they have one of those, it's not a commercial, but TikTok store shits. It's a bag and it's got a fuck ton of flies in it. That's what we need. I think that's similar to it. You just buy the bait, because once you buy the bottles are usable. It's like $6 for the bait, and they put water in it, hang it up, it does its job. Yeah, go ahead and drop a deuce. Well, I did shit already. I only shit once a day, so I already did poop. It was a nice, soft one. Was nice. It was a nice poopy though. Not too soft, where it was like butt butter. It had a little form. I didn't have to spend all day wiping my ass, so that's good. Blame it on Angel and show Randall. Yeah, big old man pile. Big old man pile on the ground. Oh, Angel. Say hi. Say hi, Angel. She is a sweet girl, though. Oh, she's such a good girl. Best dog ever, I think. Especially for Beagle. Best dog ever. TJ, you have a good one, brother. Appreciate you, man. But these flies, Angel will try eating some, but I think she's getting tormented by the flies also. But she's a good girl. She could be outside all day long. I mean, She loves being outside. I don't know why Randall just doesn't leave her outside. I mean, because he'll leave her like outside all day long. He'll be inside. I said, well, why don't you just leave her outside? Oh, somebody's going to take her. Well, if nobody ain't taking her now, no one's going to take her. And we got cameras all over the place. Not like, she ain't going to get out. She got no desire to get out. You know, there's places that if she tried, she could, but she don't even try. She don't even make an effort to leave. So I don't know why Randall just doesn't leave her outside. There's plenty of cool spaces, shade, and all that stuff. But like I said, we'll bring her upstairs from time to time. Lorraine will take her out. And Lorraine doesn't take her out and leave her. Lorraine will sit out here with her for an hour or so. Is she chipped? Yeah, I think she's chipped. Yeah. Yeah, she ain't going nowhere. She ain't gonna run away. Not for Daddy Randall. I mean, golly, she wouldn't know what to do with herself. She wouldn't know what to do with herself if it wasn't for Daddy Randall. Yeah, she ain't going away. And we pretty much doggy proofed majority. I mean, there's other places I see that, well, she could dig a hole and get under the fence here or there. She don't even try. She doesn't dig holes. She doesn't dig in the grass at all, which is good. And she kind of spreads her piss and shit everywhere so she doesn't piss in the same spot killing grass. So that's also a bonus. Your cat getting along? They get along with Randall's dog. Yeah. They just kind of sniff her out, but we've had dogs before, so the cats are not like immune, like they've never seen a dog. We had Brody and Abby. They don't play with her, just like they never played with Brody or Abby, but they coexist, They're not like loving on each other or anything. And I think Angel's still a little skittish, a little bit around the cats, but she's getting a little more adventurous and whatnot. And she's not making any mistakes in the house or anything like that. So, I mean, we don't mind having her upstairs at all. Especially, if Randall's working over or something like that. Well, we don't mind taking care of Angel. Not a problem at all. God damn it. Are you guys getting covered in fucking tomato plants? They're a bunch of small tomatoes, but I think it's because I found out Randall's not watering. I told Randall, I said, tomatoes like 90% fucking water, Randall. If you don't water them, they're not going to grow big. But look at these little shits. Like little tomatoes. We're not even getting any big ones. They've just turned into fucking bushes. Like you can't even stay on top of them. A couple might be ready to pop, but then we got these ramen, these fucking shitty ass fucking tomatoes. Ugh, I hate them. They're good for a salad, maybe, but other than that, they're fucking shitty ass tomatoes. But these are big boys, or I'm not getting any big boy tomatoes. I'm getting these little shits. Randall doesn't water, I guess. And then I got fertilizer I put on, but that ain't doing a hell of shit either. But this is probably about the 4th year we've planted tomatoes there, so I think all the nutrients and shit's more or less pulled out of there. You got to plant tomato plants. You got to cycle them, find different places for tomato plants because they just suck the nutrients out of that fucking dirt and you ain't got nothing left. That's the goal. Come on with it. Yeah, we're trying to get a load for tomorrow and they'll be out tomorrow. But this weekend I couldn't find nothing. Nobody was answering the phones yesterday. Friday, nothing seemed to be fucking popping for Monday. So doing shit. Paver's holding up good. Pool looks nice. Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, pool looks good. Of course, we didn't open it this year because we were going to be on the fucking road, and there ain't no sense of spending fucking money on a pool if you're not going to be in it. So, and I didn't want to teach Randall how to fucking do it yet, but maybe next year I'll teach him how to do it. And but first we got to get a ladder that can hold Randall. Otherwise, I'm not going to open it next year either. I think we're going to have to build wood steps because that ladder we got, I paid way too much for that fucking thing. But it's a plastic staircase. Randall ain't climbing up that motherfucker. He'll break it. It'll hardly hold me up. It ain't holding him up. No fucking way. A ladder with outriggers on it, maybe. Yeah. Maybe a zip line, if you can't hold his own weight to get to the pool, you don't get in the pool. And then how are you going to get him out? I'm going to have to get one of those cranks. You remember those cranks that they have at the indoor pools for the handicap? I'm going to probably have to get something like that. Yeah, pool ladders are expensive. Yeah. I bought that piece of shit ladder. I think I paid $40 for it on Facebook. I broke that already because that was like, they wouldn't send me this ladder because they were missing the gate. I said, I'm not going to use the gate anyway. Well, we can't sell it unless it has the gate. So we waited and waited. It probably took way too many months. Like the pool season was damn near over by the time that ladder came in, but it did come in. It's not as heavy duty as I'd hoped. So I think eventually somewhere on the west side of the pool we'll have to build a steps and platform because there's no fucking way Randall's getting in the pool on that. I'm not having that ladder beat up. I think I paid upwards to $1,000 for that, and I don't need it broken. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think it's going to hold him. It feels questionable when I get on it. So definitely questionable. I will never own another swimming pool for the rest of my life. It's nothing but a hole in the ground and throw money into. Wheel burner, you're in Canada. Yeah. I mean, it's not worth anything to you. But for me, we open it up on Memorial Day or Labor Day and close it on Labor Day, Memorial, whatever the fucking months are. That's when we close it. Because then it's August. I think it's Labor Day. It's September 1st. Then after that, you might have a couple weeks past Labor Day that's still warm. Problem is it gets so cold at night that nobody wants to get in the pool. And you're pretty well pooled out also. You've had enough of it. And then we just close it. As far as cost, we probably spend at whatever, what is it, a 5-gallon bucket or 2.5-gallon bucket of chlorine tablets? I think that's a couple $100 for the chlorine tablets. That'll last the season. And then algicide, which I buy 2 bottles of that. That'll do the year, the season. That's maybe another, let's call it $50 for those 2 bottles. And then I'd say about every 4 years or 5, probably 5, you're probably buying a new liner and having that installed. Call that $700. And then about every 3rd year, I'm buying a new motor. About every 3rd year, you're buying a new tarp, which is about another $100. So it's not that expensive. Now, if you're using well water, then you're fucked. Now you're doing pH balance. You're doing all this bullshit just to keep the water somewhat clear. Where our water in Morrison is so chlorinated already, you don't need to shock the pool ever. It's already shocked. It's pretty high chlorinated already. So we just have the floater, you know. Now, for whatever reason, if we have a party and we use the pool a lot, we have a lot of people in there, then we'll shock it, you know, just to recalibrate the shit, the chlorine, because you got good chlorine, bad chlorine. But as far as like pH balance, our water is already pH balanced enough where I don't have to throw a shit ton of chemicals in it. Beginning of the year, when I open the pool, it's a lot of algae. Well, that algicide, a bottle of that shit, you're good. I've got a little, it's not little, but I've got a battery operated vacuum that you just throw in the fucking, you charge it and you throw it in the bottom of the pool, and it just robots. It just cleans. And then when it's battery's full or dying or whatever, then it'll pull itself to the side, to the wall, and then you just pull it out, you clean it out, throw it back on the fucking charger. You're good to go. So we opened up the fucking pool. Usually I'm out there with a vacuum and doing all this bullshit. I bought this fucking VO or something. Dude, that cleaned the pool. Like, first opening, it's a fucking mess. You got a lot of algae and shit. That fucker cleaned that thing up like no problem. It was fucking sweet deal, man. Sucked up all the leaves, all that shit. So, because I open up the pool by myself and I close it by myself. So getting that tarp out of there in the beginning of the season, I probably lose half of it back into the pool. So all that shit needs to be cleaned. Now I've got Randall to help, so I won't lose this much. But I'll close it and open it by myself, all that good shit. But it's not that expensive. And I don't find it to be that expensive, other than that ladder. But that ladder should, see, and then we had the deck, and I got rid of the deck. We got the patio, because even if we got rid of the pool, we still got a nice patio or whatever. I don't think we're ever going to get rid of the pool. I question whether or not I really want it anymore, but we'll keep it because it is nice. But Canada, probably not worth it in Canada. There's a $4,000 load going to Washington, picks up near Chicago RXO. I did see that. Double down. The problem, let me look at that. Well, shit, I can't. I'm on the phone. Look at the appointment times on that load. RXO, I don't think RXO had that load. Somebody else has it. There's something up with the appointment times on that load, because one of them has a book it now, so you can book it and then actually see the appointment times, and something's janky. Something's wrong with that load. Can't remember what it was. And RXO, we haven't, well, they won't run with us because we have a brokerage, but I haven't tried RXO since the brokerage is gone. But they wouldn't do business with us because we had a brokerage. But I know I seen that load because there was another broker had it. I can't remember who it was though. Something Warrior maybe, or no, it was oh fuck, not Alan Lund. Nolan has it. Yeah, there was something up with that one. I can't remember. Can you rent a crane to get out? Shit. We watch Sunday videos. I don't know. Get the boards fixed. I didn't want to fuck with the deck anymore. It wasn't just the boards, it was the structure, like the 4x4s were ready to be fucking done too. You consider yourself a homebody? Absolutely, Charlie. Absolutely. If I never had to leave the house, I wouldn't. You know, I'd stay here. It's great having Randall there so he can take care of things. Yeah. How big is your pool? I want to put one outside my apartment. I think this is 28 round, I want to say. Is it 28 or 18? Oh, I don't know. I get it confused. I'd have to measure it. Might be 18. It's 15,000 gallons, whatever that is. 15,000 gallons. 18. I'm going to call it 18. I'll go on the small side. I'm on truck stop. All it says Monday's pickup doesn't have delivery date set. Okay. Yeah, there was something with that load because I was thinking about snagging it. Actually, Nolan had it for 3,900. Yeah, Nolan had it for 39 on dat board. $4,000's not bad. I'd rather be at 42, but there was something about it. I didn't like the appointment times or something. I can't remember. Does it suck relying on a load board to keep your truck moving? Isn't the load board the bottom of the barrel? Yes, and yes. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's a struggle, and it's not the best. You know, potentially it could be the bottom of the barrel. Some cases, there are going to be some loads that pay more because it's not enough that's going to attract Schneider, right? And Schneider's looking for consistent freight. They're not looking for one-offs. And sometimes one-offs will pay, and they'll pay good, but it's not consistent. So to say that you're going to run these loads all the time as somebody working on the spot market, that load will dry up eventually. That's why the mega carriers don't have it. If it was consistently enough for 6 months, Schneider or somebody else would already have that load. The fact that it's not consistent is why it's on the load board. So, people say, oh, well, just do a triangle and just, keep doing the same loads and same brokers. I'm telling you, baby, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It's easier said than done. Because the fact of the matter is I used to pull a lot of Clinton and Comanche because I was working Monday through Friday and every Monday looking for loads. Consistently, can I pull out of ADM? Yes. This other place, Sterilite and Davenport? Yes. There's a handful of loads that I could pull out on a Monday, going to Ohio because that was my jam back then. You know how many times I've worked with several different brokers? A dozen brokers. Because one broker has it for 10 minutes or 10 times, and then another broker has it. It doesn't last long. And anytime a new broker gets it, the price goes down. So then now you're not even getting what you used to get on the load. So yes, it is garbage freight for the most part. It's freight that mega carriers don't want to touch. And two, it's not consistent enough to where a mega is going to worry about it. So it's just, it is kind of a little bit of bottom of the barrel. That's why you got to keep your finances in check, your home expenses in check, because you're not getting top dollar. But listen, let's say if it was top dollar and Schneider had it, guess what? You're only going to get 65% of it now. So it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't. I'm still going to make more money on it than what I'm going to do. Let's say if Schneider did have that, and like Schneider's got some Sterilite and shit. Well, fuck, if Schneider had that account, I guarantee you I'm going to make more money on the spot market on that load than Schneider if I was leased on Schneider, because Schneider only going to get 65% of it. You think they're going to fucking give it to me? No. Nope. Toga, what's going on, brother? James, can you block Sean Wee Tattle? I don't even see Sean Wee Tattle. Oh, we love free dildos from NARC. There we go. Problem solved, shitbag. Eclipsion, what's going on, brother? Yeah, so it's, I mean, spot market is, you know, to each his own. But unless you have a shit ton of fucking trailers or a shit ton of contractors trying to get contracts, it's a tough gig. It's a tough gig. And you got to have everybody working, living in the same area, right? Me getting contracts out of Clinton, Iowa does me no good when people don't live in Clinton, Iowa or don't live around me. So me getting contracts does nothing, right? It doesn't do anything. Now, for me, that's why I've got, when I had the brokerage, the idea was I was going to try to get that contract for Clinton going to New Albany, Ohio. I was going to try to get contracts so I could just keep running, but work directly with the shipper receiver versus dealing with a broker themselves. But nobody else wanted to do that as, you know, as a driver. Nobody tried to get a customer that they could consistently run because nobody was consistently running anything. Nobody took the same load twice. So it's difficult to get any relationship with a customer, with a shipper, if you only run the fucking load one time. You know, it doesn't do any good. But where I was running, you know, I was trying to run consistently, doing whatever the fuck I was doing back then. But that's like me trying to find a customer now. I'm not running enough shit. I have never ran the same load twice. Not because of lack of effort, because that solar panel load out of South Carolina, that was a good fucking run. But I've called him, see if he had more, and he didn't. I mean, so I've never ran anything twice, so I don't see where I would be looking to be finding a customer or to broker loads. So makes no sense to hold on to the brokerage. Can you black Randall's stretched out booty or block Randall's stretched out booty? What are we getting? Fucking hypersensitive here? We got to block everyone now? I don't even see stretched out booty. Oh, there it is. James has been stretching me out. How's the rent is paid? Yes. There you go. Now you get banned and deleted also. I hate liberals. That's right, Frankie. Fuck them all. You only need to meet someone once to set up a relationship. All of my direct customers meet them once and stuck ever since. I don't know what you're doing though, overtime trucking. I mean, you got to haul the load. I mean, are you just like calling them randomly saying, hey, I've got a truck, a trailer, and I want to just do direct business with you? But then can you guarantee that how consistent you're going to be there? Like, well, I'm going to pull load on Monday, but I don't know when I'm going to get back to pull another fucking load. I mean, what's the point of a relationship if you don't know when the fuck you're going to get back? I mean, that's the point. Indicating that James has the tools to pierce that massive. Yes, that's true. I think Trump is doing a fine job. What do you think? I absolutely believe it, Frankie. I love it. I absolutely love everything he's fucking doing. Just need to be human and talk to people. I get that over time, but having the customer and talking to a customer and then actually being able to fill their requirements. How do you do that if you don't know when you're going to be back? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm a talker. I'm a salesman in nature. But if I can't tell you when I'm going to be back to be able to run another load with you, then I'm not going to even have a conversation. I want to run that load a few times to find out, hey, the load time takes this long, the delivery takes this long. Then I can better calculate what I'm doing and what I can offer. But if it's just a random, I could call Perina and say, hey, Perina, you got any loads? I just want to work directly with you. Yeah, we got one on Monday. Okay. Well, then when do I get another one? Well, I can't. When are you going to get a reload? Well, I don't know. I don't know when I'm going to get a reload. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Now, I've got an extra trailer. I could drop it off to Perina. Just have one loaded up for me, and I'll come back and grab it. Drop another trailer off. You can reload that one, and then I'll run, and just do that. I could do that. But I don't know. I'm not running anything consistently enough to even justify a conversation. You know what I'm saying? I think the economy will start turning about the first quarter of next year. I agree so also, Charlie. I think we're about as low as it's going to get. I think there's only way but up, you know? Absolutely. I think Overtime is talking about being his own salesman and signing contracts. James' point is difficult to know when you'll be back in the area to service a contract when dealing with the spot. Yes, exactly. Unless you get a round trip. And then if it does round trip, I don't want round trip, you know? Yeah, because when you're forced to haul crap rate just to get back to your customer, which hits your profit margins. Agreed. That definitely does hit your profit margins when now you're forced to come back and now you're forced to take a shit rate, which that's what the spot market's all about, right? Spot market was nothing but backhauls. That's what the spot market was backhaul freight. It was never considered to be head haul freight. Your customer was your head haul. But what, and then okay, then let's say this. Then okay, now I got Perina. Now Perina is going to pay me in what, 30, 60 days? They're not going to write me a check that day. It's going to be 30, 60 days out before I even recoup my fuel money, much less get paid. And this is where the brokerage comes in handy, because then you can factor that load, right? I can factor that load and get paid. But I'm not holding on to a fuel bill for 30, 60 days. I'm not holding on to a fuel bill that long. I don't give a shit what you pay me. James, I can load you to the Bronx weekly. Can you, Atlanta? Because I'm pretty sure I don't want to go to the Bronx weekly. I don't want to go anywhere weekly. I don't want to do the same shit every day. I like going to Salt Lake City or Salt Lake City area. I like going to Denver area. I like fucking Arizona, but I don't want to do the same load every day, where it's just like routine. To me, that's boring. It's not, nothing is exciting about it. Like, hey, we're going to pay you $5,000 a week, go to Salt Lake City and back. Okay, $5,000 a week is my goal, right? You're reaching my goal, but now I'm doing the same fucking load back and forth. Ugh, that does nothing for me. I'm getting fucking text messages. Oops, I'm fucking missing. Hold on, I'm back now. Who's texting me? I could go back to the NFG, but I don't know. I've got my own channel, but I could go to the NFG. And by the way, that chick is dead now. So yeah, she's unalive. She's unalive now. The pool. The pool girl's gone. She just she just passed last week, actually. Cancer. Back hall out of Jersey. Oh God, another great place. Where's Coach? He's working, baby. He's working. Yep. She passed away. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Yeah. But I'm not. I mean, she's had it for a while, but it's kind of been a up and down with that chick. She's kind of a fucking nutcase, but clearly, clearly. But yeah, yeah. Actually, it was just this weekend, or not this weekend. It was last weekend because I got home and I heard about it Friday or something, and I didn't tell the old lady because we were taking Jamie to uh, Texas Roadhouse for his birthday, and then she found out about it the next day. Have you talked to BOC? I have talked to BOC. He's not all that great. Do you FaceTime with a wife? I do not. I do not uh, talk to BOC, or I don't FaceTime. The wife and I talk on the phone. That's it. Usually I'm driving, so there's no need to FaceTime. I know what she looks like. You know, if I still had like young children, I would absolutely FaceTime. But FaceTime and the wife, that's not my jam. Fuel Rack, what's up, brother? But I might stop at the NFG one of these days. I don't think I'd be welcomed. I'd be wasting my fucking time, to be quite honest with you, if I went to the NFG again. I mean, there's a lot of good people in the NFG. There's a handful of shit bags, and I ain't got time for shit bags or shit baggery. And I can hear it already. James, how come you got me blocked over there? And blah 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 blah. And it's like, oh, fuck off. I'm not interested in all the fucking drama and bullshit. But you know, I do dig Randy Spears, and I could tolerate Winzard if he's in a good mood, and a lot of the other guys over there, Day Cab and shit. But some of the other fucking hateful motherfuckers that are over there can stay over there. Who don't think of Trucker Gal? Yeah, Trucker Gal. Smoking a whole ribeye, drinking Bush, and listening. Had a boy, Fuel Rat. Absolutely. Why did Randall leave Trucker Gal? Because she was using his ass, and he was buying into it. And we should just let Randall play in his fucking mind. But we've seen through it, but he was like, "Oh no, she's serious. She's serious." She's not. She's not. I miss Thor too. Protein powder and cigarettes just don't taste the same these days. I agree. I agree. That's funny. That's a good one. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I highly doubt. I go into Zello now and again. It's so dead in there. But most part I'll have it on or whatnot. But and then there's times if I'm on the phone, if I'm in the truck, I'll go into Zello, see what's cracking. If nothing's popping, I'm on the phone. I'm not there waiting to talk to someone. I'm talking to someone now. So I'll just call somebody. Did he smash it? No, not at all. That's one of the reason I am sub to her, playing with people like that's unacceptable. Absolutely, Toga. Absolutely. She was hemming his ass along, and he was buying into it. you know, and for some people, she might be like fantasy. Like, oh, that's a perfect girl. You know, she drinks, she's attractive, she's a truck driver. But she could be an evil bitch, you know, especially, you know, using Randall like you did. But whatever. Good conversation is had in Zello from time to time. Absolutely, come on with it for sure. At least you could have done was shown him some titties. Yes, those itty bitty titties. Yeah, something. But that was never going to happen. These flies are ridiculous, dude. God damn. Yeah, she was leading his ass on badly. Like he was actually buying it. Like I couldn't even believe that. He's just believing her bullshit. Let's get real. But that was fucking 2 years ago. But anywho, what are you gonna do? Not my type at all. I just like beautiful girls inside and outside. That's it, Toga. Yeah, nothing wrong with a cute, you know, cute girl or whatever, you know, especially if she's a truck driver and all this other shit. But when see, this is the deal though. When you see like trucker girls and shit like that, all you see is all these thirsty men, you know, other truck drivers or whatever. They're just thirsty. I'm not saying their content isn't decent, but their content ain't that, right? Just like Happiness by the Mile. But dude, everyone was waiting for a tit to drop out or her showing her little ass. That was it. It was all sexual prowess. That's all it was. Nobody gave a fuck about a chick working in fucking FedEx. Nobody. But a little bit of eye candy. So for them to build a fucking channel is easy. For an old guy to fucking do a channel, no. But thirsty fucking men. God damn. Ridiculous. YouTube trucking space is dead. Whatever happened to Guilty? Yeah, Guilty 718. I don't know. Is he gone too? I like Guilty. All these YouTubers, especially lease ops and owner ops, they have come and gone. Yeah. Yep. I think we've all been lead on at least once, right? Yeah. Yeah, we've been led on. Sure. But these thirsty bitches or thirsty men chasing these women, you know, like you got a fucking shot in hell. But, you know, to each his own. Yeah, the YouTube trucking is now it's for the younger people, you know, the new kids that are out here trying to learn trucking and they've got YouTube channels. I think it's more leaning with them. I mean, when I got into this whole YouTube shit, I was just leasing on with Schneider, was just buying a truck, then leasing on with Jeff, and then getting authority, and then bringing on contractors. That was totally, you know, things were changing, things were doing shit. It's something maybe worthwhile to watch or whatever. But now it's all steady Eddie, same old bullshit, and the circle's dead. There's nothing to talk about. No one's talking about authority. Nobody gives a fuck about contractors. Nobody gives a shit about contracts. Nobody's doing anything. And if they're doing it, no one gives a fuck if they are or they aren't doing it. It's just a reality. The topic is dead. There's nothing new going on. It's the same old, same old. Nothing's fucking changed from this year, from last year. It's it's blah. It's boring. So I mean, for me, yeah, well, I'll talk a little trucking or whatever, but most of it's just shooting shit. I'm not trying to recruit nobody. I'm not talking business per se. I don't because no one cares about it. It's all been said before. You know, to keep repeating yourself over and over again, thinking that you're going to gain traction. I just like shooting shit. Just have fucking conversation, and I do it because I'm fucking bored. You know, this channel will never be a fucking channel of any value because I'm not consistent enough, and I truly don't give a shit. I just don't. The YouTube is dead. It's almost as dead to me as it is to anybody else. Unless you're that vlogger guy like JT or something like that, where you're going to make it a lifestyle. But I have zero intentions of turning YouTube into a lifestyle where I'm recording everything in my fucking life and then editing it to put it on YouTube. I'm not that guy. I'm not doing that. And my life ain't all that goddamn interesting. So no one's going to watch the shit anyway. What do you think about unions? I hate them. I think unions push themselves out of jobs, is what I say. I think unions are pieces of shit. I think there was a place for a union, but that's when the government had to step in and do everything. Like the Teamsters, I understand why the Teamsters was created. The fact of the matter is that the government has gotten so involved in the trucking now. There is no need for Teamsters. There's no need. You don't need protection or anything anymore. So what's the point? You know, got to have contract freight to make great money. Flatbed and low board is $2 to $3 best. Exactly. I agree 100%. If you want to be that guy who gets contracts, if it's all about the money, I don't give a fuck about the money, you know. But I just, you know, do I want to get wealthy? No. Do I want to pay my bills? Yes. Do I want to be able to get the truck fixed when it needs fixed? Yes. But am I looking at retiring trucking? No. Nope. Not looking at it. And these chicks are getting this YouTube money buying trucks. We giving it to them for free. Exactly. Double down. Exactly. What happened to James Rogers? You haven't heard a peep from him lately. He's too busy working. He's too busy grinding. The only YouTube trucker left is Snowlord. I wouldn't even call him a trucker, but yeah, he ain't got nothing better to do than talk about 1, 2, 3 load board every fucking day. But to each his own. That works both ways. Those thirsty women chasing my channel get old. Oh God, T-Bone, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Oh God. Bro, this is the most educational channel on YouTube. I learn a lot from your show. I appreciate that, Frankie. I don't know what you're picking up, but I'm glad I'm dropping it for you to pick it up. But I'm not sure what you're learning from me. First week in the new 589, it definitely needs to break in a bit. There you go, Shaka. If YouTube was paying a couple G's a month, that would make sense to do content consistently. Yeah. I mean, I like to make money off of YouTube. I had my moment until you burn a couple channels down with Debbie Does Dallas and all this other shit. But what are you gonna do? All in the name of fun, right? All in the name of entertaining you motherfuckers. But I was entertaining. It was fun. Got the CDL instructor job. There you go, Link. There you go. What was the best month you ever had on YouTube? Charlie, I think I was averaging right around 1,600 at my peak, about 1,600 a month. I learned how to figure out cost per mile from you, James. There you go, baby. I appreciate that, baby. Yeah, man. Yeah. I got a wealth of knowledge. It just doesn't get talked about, you know. I learned because you're hands-on and out there dealing with how the government does things every day. I don't know about that, but they got us fucked up for sure. What's your cost per mile, James? Probably better than yours. Come on with it. Probably the same as yours. I hope. You're the reason I've met with all the good folks, Mr. Best. So big thanks to you, man. I appreciate you, Toga. You're one of the good folks here on the old tubes for sure. You know, it's hard to find the good people. It's easy to find the shitbags. You know, shitbags tend to find you. The good people kind of come and go, or they stay silent. You know, they don't speak. They don't say anything. Um, a lot of people that watch don't say anything because they don't want to get in the mix, but they do pick something up, you know, from time to time. 16 in a month, not bad. So Bonehead is making about 10K. Oh, easy, Charlie. But you got to remember, Charlie, I was making money off of uh, the memberships because I was giving away T-shirts for members and stuff. So I mean, I spent a lot of fucking money for YouTube also, you know. So it's, I spent money for the background and shit. Now some of the shit was given to me, right? The soundboard was given to me. Spectre gave me the fucking microphone for the soundboard. Gary B gave me the soundboard. JT, his wife, got me the sign, the James Best sign. So I mean, but as far as like the T-shirt, the Cricut vinyl cutter, and the shirt press, and buying stickers and keychains and fucking coasters and what the fuck ever with the logo on it, and then the t-shirt, buying T-shirts and buying the new logo, getting that made, which I've got a fuck ton of those. I mean, I need to start selling T-shirts. I don't know who's fucking buying them, but I need to start selling them because I've got all these transfers I ain't never gonna fucking do nothing with. But so yeah, I was doing 16, but that's with memberships and all that other shit, T-shirt sales and whatnots. But and super chats and all of that shit. So it wasn't like off of views. YouTube wasn't paying me that. You guys were paying me that. The memberships paid that. The super chats paid that. I miss Ailey Knight. Oh God. You need to shoot themselves in the foot. Absolutely. I think Trump did right canceling Stephen Colbert's show. Fuck him. I made $1,600 a month. Drank two. That's true too, CB. That's true too. Drank 2,000 of it. That is true. Yeah. Taco Bell sign's still in there. Do you remember Woody? He's into selling cars. I don't know if he's still selling cars or not. I know he tried. I think he thought his YouTube channel would get a bunch of traction. People would want to buy cars from him, but I don't know if he's still doing that or not. I know he was or did. Last I see him on YouTube, that's what he was doing. But I mean, I've lost so many channels. I've not even subscribed to half of anything I used to be sub to because I don't even remember who the fuck they are. I don't remember their name, so I can't very well search them up. So they kind of get lost on me, So I kind of lose touch with a lot of it, which then kind of kills my channel because then I ain't got nothing to talk about, or if I want to talk about someone, I'm not in the loop anymore. So yeah, everyone send $20. There you go. Yeah, do you remember Dale Clay? Absolutely. Yep. Dale Clay from Maverick. Yep. I learned a lot from his ass too. Yep. Yeah, I enjoyed Dale Clay. I don't know what he's doing anymore either. 404, what's up? Is there THC in that vape juice? No, I wish. Woody and the Ugly Woodshed. Yeah. Chromed out Cascadia. Shameful. Fucking why? Why would you waste that money? Like thousands of dollars on a Cascadia. I wouldn't bother. Anyone else that has a Cascadia, well, it's just a tool. It's just a tool. But people that own better shit, like Peterbilt and Kenworth, well, it's not just a tool. Or if you're Woody and then you chrome out your Cascadia, it's not just a tool. But most Cascadias are tools because that's all they can be, you know. What areas you been running? I've been running west. So I've been doing a lot of Salt Lake City and Denver, to be honest with you. Either from the Carolinas or I've gone like Minnesota, like way northern Minnesota. Dude, I love it up there. Love it up there. Problem is, not a lot of truck stops, not a lot of fuel options, not a lot of anything, but beautiful area up there. Northern, way up north Minnesota. I love it. Cool little towns, fucking water everywhere. I mean, man, I'd love to live up there. But trucking, not so much. Not so much to do with trucking up there. Charlie, it's possible a lot of people might have just gotten out of trucking. You never know. Or, you know, maybe they're not owner operators anymore. They're company guys and they're too ashamed to talk about it or whatever. I think some people got too wound up of like trying to show off their success, that when they got a kick of reality, then they kind of disappeared a little bit. They just went away. And you know, they were there for the ride to ramping up, but then when things started going sideways on them, they kind of disappear. Like, you know, people that are, you know, oh, I'm an owner operator, I got this and that, and then it snowballs into bad, you know, and then where they just, you know, they become company drivers, and then it's like, okay, the story's over, you know, and then they just stay off of YouTube because, oh, I'm not successful, I'm not doing anything, I'm not, you know, doing anything that anyone else isn't doing, nothing to talk about. I get it. There's nothing to talk about. Have you visited Thor while in Salt Lake City? No, I have not. I have not. Because I'm usually in and out. I don't sit there for the fucking weekend and fuck around. Just run the truck. You ain't got no W9 or Pete. You don't need Chrome. It's a fucking Cascadia. Just run the fucking wheels off of that thing. No one's looking at it anyway. You know, no one thinks, oh, that's my dream truck. I wish I had a Cascadia. Said no one ever said, oh, I wish I had a Cascadia. No, you don't. If you want a Cascadia, it's because you want fuel economy. That's it. That's the only reason why anyone wants a Cascadia is fuel economy. They're not a sexy truck. They're not a good looking truck. It's fuel economy. And then it's business. It's a tool. I agree 100%. And there's nothing wrong with a tool. I just don't look at it as a tool, personally. I look at it as a representation of me. You know, having it clean, having it look good. You know, I want it to be a representation of me. A Cascadia is just you look the same as any other Cascadia. It all looks the same. Just a big egg driving down the road. There you go, brother. Appreciate that. Beasley, whoever you are, I appreciate you. Is that Wild Bill? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know Wild Bill's last name. So I don't know. I think a lot of people just get out, try and exactly run the truck. Freightliner Cascadia, #1 selling truck in the North America, James, and get great fuel economy. They do. Oh, come on with it. Sent my 20. Okay, hurry up. Thank you, Wow Bill. Cascadia is my dream truck. Oh my God. Only time we're looking at a Cascadia is when it's broke down on the shoulder or wrecked on the side of the road, which you see several times a day. That is true. That is true. Yeah, like HD Logistics, Sean, all these gurus are now off YouTube. I was in a man room in Los Angeles, and there was a tampon machine. Oh, God. Those are for the fucking bull dykes. SoCal's last owner-operator still on the back in the day. Bill Mott is back, and he's got a hard-on for Willie. Who fucking... This, see, this... The whole people going after Willie. God damn, Willie is harmless. I mean, god damn, why do they, like, this is the deal. They don't have anything to talk about if they ain't got Willie to talk about. Like Bill Mott, what the fuck is he doing? I mean, I've seen him a couple times with Willie or whatever about Willie, but it's like, you got nothing to talk about if you ain't got Willie. Because nobody gives a fuck. That's where it's boring. It's like you depend on someone to talk shit on in order to get content. That gets boring because after a while you're just rinsing and repeating. You're saying the same shit over and over again about the same fucking guy. It's pointless. It's pointless. Did you really meet old Tommy Two Thumbs out in Vegas, or was you just shitting? No, I met him, Rig Pig. I met him. He was all right. Clearly, he didn't care too much for me, or he didn't know that was me he met. But yeah, he was more with. He was in town, and it was Nevada. I was hanging out with Nevada, and then Tommy showed up. He was an all right guy. I mean, it's not like, we turned besties or anything. I never talked to the fool after that. But I did see a couple of his videos, I don't know, a few months back or something, where he was talking shit on me. Like, this motherfucker don't even know me. Right? He doesn't even fucking know me. So, yeah, I seen that. Which it did nothing for me or did nothing to me because I don't give a fuck about his retarded ass. I mean, that motherfucker, unless he's bitching about JT or bitching about Gentry or bitching about, he ain't got no goddamn content either. He's another worthless little fucking shitbag that ain't got no content unless he's talking shit on somebody. I haven't heard Bill Mott. Yeah, I haven't either, to be honest. Neither. Rumor has it you can take a tampon and soak it in 151 rum, stick it in your ass, and get drunk. And nobody can smell it on your breath. I think you can. I think you can take alcohol anally. What happened in Nevada? Nevada's in Israel right now. He's doing walks with Jesus. I saw your Tommy video Elite put out. Those courageous, my friend. I'm sorry you got assaulted. I don't know. I Nevada once, super nice guy. He absolutely was. Yep. He was a good dude. It's me. It's me. I appreciate the $20, brother. Oh, this is the most cash apps I've ever gotten. It's been a minute. You guys are fucking tits. Yeah, Tommy Unfiltered seems like he's going to give himself a heart attack. Everyone said 20 to Rand McChuggles. Yeah, Nevada is an awesome dude. He really is. But yeah, Tommy, he's high strung. Like you know how it is. Like, well, I don't know how it is, but let's imagine a fucking crackhead that stops doing crack, but still acts like a crackhead. That's Tommy. That's Tommy. He seems like he does meth, but then still acts like he's on meth, but he's off of meth. He's just too high strung, too zippity. But he's a good dude. I mean, I didn't have any problem with him when I first met him. I didn't even know who he was when I first met him. It's like, oh, this is Tommy Unfiltered. I don't know Tommy. I've never seen your videos, never, you know. And then I subscribed to him. He was driving around this piece of shit Volvo or something, or some Cascade, some Columbia or something. It's like, oh, well, I figured, well, if Nevada's good with him, I'll be good with him, you know. And I never thought twice about Tommy. You know, I watched a couple of his videos. It seemed a little bit of anger in his tone and stuff. It's like, I kind of bowed out. I just wasn't interested in watching it. I guess in person he was a good enough guy. You know what I'm saying? He was a good enough fucking guy. But I can't say anything more. Nick Earl, appreciate you, brother. Or Mark Ely, appreciate you, baby. Appreciate that. Thank you. But I don't know. I'm not a fan. He's just what he is what he is, you know. How you crashed out the silver yet? Good from when you were stacking. Yeah, race fan. No, I still got all my silver, and yeah, it's starting to accumulate for sure. So yeah, no, I still got that. That's my retirement. So if I get back on my feet, I like to start buying more silver. But yeah, compared to what I was paying for it back then, yeah, it's definitely come up in value. You know, where has Willie been? No content. I don't know. I always liked Nevada's channel with his wife. Yeah, he had a good channel. You'll send $20 if he comes out with a 12-pack of Voodoo Rangers. Goodness. Go get a 30-pack, James, and I'll have a couple with you. I've already got it, honey. We got beers. Yep, Daniel's got to work tomorrow, so he's not drinking. RDZ, what it is? I won't stop until they unalive him, and then after that, they may keep talking. You never know. Bobo, there's a joke. James don't need my bad attitude ass out there, Bill. Are you in a bad mood, Bill or Rainey? Moet's broke. Who's surprised? Golly. 6 will automatically become 27 beers. Well, Randall has self-control. You just got to piss him off, and you'll just go inside, and he'll stop drinking. Were you a fan of the Trucker CEO? Oh, Trucker CEO. Who is that? Trucker CEO. Was that? Yeah. That was Little Dog's guy. Yeah, I enjoy Trucker CEO. I seen he like came back and did a video, but I don't think I really like Trucker CEO. And then he got into some shit, but that's in his past. But yeah, I liked him. I'm in Sunday wind down, no BS mood. No, I've got Angel here, RDZ. Scratch your ass and get glad, Rands. That's it. You're going out of your way to piss me off, so can go inside. No, I'm not saying that, Randall. I'm saying you'll stop drinking if you get pissy. I'm not going to be out here all day anyway. One, I haven't had any breakfast. Well, that's a lie. I had a couple slices of pizza. Yeah. Angel's out here with me. Can you see her? Laying there like a sweet pup. Out here like a sweet little puppy. Day's almost over. Jesus Christ, it is almost over. Jeez. How long have we been at this? 4.5 hours. Jesus. I didn't realize it was this late. Yeah, I should probably get off of here soon. I was feeling like it was maybe 10 or 11. Not fucking 2 o'clock. Yeah. I might have to get out of here. Oh, truck exec. Trucking CEO is dump truck guy, I think. No, the only CEO I know is like big rig CEO. He's not doing anything. Trucking CEO, I guess. Dump truck, then I don't know him. Show your toes, honey. Uh-oh. You like those? We are not doing fantasy, Mark. I just with with the wife coming out with me in the road and me back working, I'm just not going to have any fun because I'm not going to be able to watch any of the games. It's just not going to be any fun for me to play fantasy because when I play fantasy, dude, I'm all in it. I like watching all the games. I like doing the fucking trades and all this shit. I'm not going to know anything. I'm not going to have any awareness of what the fuck is going on because I'll hardly ever get to watch a game. So I'm not doing anything this year. We'll see maybe in the future. I got nothing better to do. Stay live. Well, I got to check on the truck. I need to get groceries, stock up the fucking truck, so I'm ready to leave tomorrow morning. Got a little bit of laundry to do. So yeah, I got shit to do. Do you watch this guy Trucks cry every day on his other channel? Well, I've subscribed to this guy Trucks, but I thought I don't know what he's doing either. It's been a minute. So what's his other channel, Double Down? But I suppose if I look at this guy Trucks, it might pop up. But foosball sucks. Yes, foosball sucks. Football is awesome. Foosball is more soccer. But I like this guy Trucks. Met up with him a couple times as well. Good dude. I like him. The Enemy Within is this channel. I got a load in the dryer and washer. I won't any more loads today when those are done. Well, if you've got more laundry, Randall, go ahead. We only got maybe a small load, if any. We can get that done anytime. But if you got more laundry, knock yourself out. Oh, he's talking about Trump? Oh, I don't want that. I'm not watching that then. I'm not watching that. These liberals that are like, listen, when you don't have taxes on tips, you don't have taxes on, he's talking about not having any income tax on anyone who makes less than $150,000 a year. We're talking, he's doing like Democrat, what they think Democrat shit is. He's lowered the cost of fucking medications. He's getting rid of this Section 8 shit where all these fucking people are just abusing the living fuck out of it. I mean, he's getting rid of the Section 8. He's giving the Section 8 to the disabled and veterans. He's getting rid of all these freeloaders that are more than capable of fucking working, but won't. No. He's doing a fucking fantastic fucking job. And these liberals, why are they bitching? Why? Because it's not Kamala. It's not Kamala fucking doing it. Because if Kamala was doing it, they'd be all about it. They'd be raging. He's creating revenue with these fucking tariffs that they keep crying that it's going to cost me money. It's going to cost me money. Well, your cost hasn't gone up a fucking iota. Your cost hasn't gone up an iota, and the government's actually making fucking money, making almost money. Where the whole reason back in what the fucking 30s we started doing fucking taxes because of a fucking war, where any other time the government's tariffs was what paid taxes, and then the taxes were only supposed to be the 1%ers, which then bleeds down to the fucking lowest of incomes. They're now paying taxes. I mean, the tariffs could literally pay our income tax, where we don't even need to pay income tax anymore. That all of our revenue comes from fucking tariffs. And the fucking Democrats are crying about this. These fucking libtards are crying about this. Like they're not going to tax your Social Security. I mean, come on. How is this a bad thing? Even a fucking retarded liberal thing. Why? Because they decided to kick fucking men out of fucking women's sports? They decided not to fucking feather your ego of you trying to fucking think that you're a man or you think you're a woman? This whole transgendered fucking nonsense? Well, I mean, what the fuck is... These goddamn liberals are fucking retarded, man. They're fucking retarded. And they're all fucking butthurt. But why? Because Trump is doing great change. Trump is fulfilling his promises. Why? Because we don't want to spend $400 billion on a bunch of fucking Mexicans that fucking come up here illegally when no other goddamn country is letting anybody in legally. Like, just like, hey, just come on over. Fuck no. You're not coming on over to anywhere without a passport. You think these fucking illegals got passports? Fuck no, they didn't. Fuck no, they don't. But you need a passport. To go any country, you need a fucking passport. Do you think these motherfuckers got passports? Fuck no, they don't. Fuck are we talking about? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. The DEI, finally getting rid of fucking DEI agenda. Jesus Christ, you want to talk about privilege? Here's privilege when you have fucking black funding for colleges for only black people. What if there was a funding for colleges for just white people? It'll fucking be hysterical. Oh, I can't go to school on the government's fucking dime. You don't need to. You got all these other fucking contributions, these fundraisers, these fucking grants and stuff that it's college funding for black people. Well, you don't need to be on the government's dime. It's ridiculous. They want like they deserve it, like a reparation of sorts. Makes no fucking sense. Makes no fucking sense. I don't fucking get it. Reparations paying for it. Like, we didn't fucking die. The white people didn't fucking die to free the fucking slaves. Where's our reparations? Where's our reparations? Worried about your reparations. When your people fucking sold your ass. Goodness. It's stupid. Absolutely. Oh, we're 400 years behind. Motherfucker, you take an African out of Africa right now and put him in the United States. That motherfucker's 400 years behind too. Because he's fucking African. They live in a fucking desert. He doesn't even know how to wipe his ass with toilet paper. He's still fucking scraping his ass with shells, for Christ's sake. He's 400 years behind also. God damn. Fucker, what do they want? Fucking get it. Never enough. It's never going to be enough. And I see it every day on Facebook and YouTube, and this whole fucking black fatigue. Even black people are getting sick of fucking black people. They're tired of it. They're tired of it. And you got these single moms raising their boys to be fucking thugs because they don't know no different. They're ignorant. And then it's just rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. It's insanity. But then it's whites. It's our problem. No, we've been pretty fucking lenient, I think. Bending over backwards, always scared that, hey, you're gonna piss them off or whatever. They don't give a fuck about your goddamn feelings. They don't give a shit about you. It's insanity. America, the whole Black Lives Matters and all this bullshit, and then taking that fucking great, what, Frank Lloyd or whatever his fucking name was, making him a martyr. I mean, Jesus Christ. Absolutely insane how the media just twists shit and made that fucking crackhead a goddamn martyr. Get the fuck out of here. We got to honor him. We got to, do a little sound of silence. For what? Any other fucking crackhead that's on the fucking street? Fucking please. God damn. Who ingested all of his extra drugs when he was in his fucking car before the cops pulled his fucking sorry ass out. He can't breathe in the back seat, but he can breathe in his front seat. Now all of a sudden he can't breathe in the back seat. Well, that's because you ingested all that fucking crack or heroin, whatever the fuck you're pumping. Goodness. And then in trial, they didn't even have the fucking full video. They wouldn't allow the full video. They wouldn't allow the fucking talk screen. It's ridiculous. It's all an agenda of the fucking Democrats. And the Democrats don't do the fucking black people any favors anyway. Fucking Democrats were the KKK. Democrats in fucking Georgia was the last one who wanted fucking desegregation of the fucking schools. And these are the fucking people you vote for. The Democrats. It's ridiculous. Why would any black person be a fucking Democrat? It's beyond me. And then they bring all these illegals. I mean, you know why they're bringing in the illegals. They're bringing in the illegals to get easy votes. They keep the black people oppressed by giving them fucking food stamps and giving them fucking housing, giving them all this shit because they want a thumb on you. They want to get your fucking vote. Why? Because sooner or later, there's going to be a fucking president like Trump that's going to take your shit away. It's going to take your goddamn Section 8 housing away. It's going to get your fucking food stamps to where you're not buying snacks anymore and buying all this stupid shit. Your obese fucking ass has ate enough potato chips. You don't need no more. You don't need no more. Get rid of it. It should have been a temporary fucking thing. It should have lasted so long, and that's it. Like, sooner or later, you need to get a fucking job. This isn't a system that you're just going to fucking have for the rest of your goddamn life. It should be a temporary thing. That's it. You're willing and able to fucking, well, you're not willing. You're able to work, but unwilling to do so. Fuck off. Get off your ass. Get off your ass. No more chips. You fat fuck. And then maybe you won't be so goddamn mouthy where you could find a good man to fucking take care of you. Maybe you won't be so fucking mouthy. Because you don't need a man when you got the government. Uncle Sam taking care of your fucking ass. God damn. And then you want to spit in the face of a white guy who's paying your fucking bills. Jesus Christ. Get out of here. Fucking A. They're dumbass fuck. Yeah, and evil. Exactly, friend. They're fucking retarded. But the Democrats want to hold it over everybody's fucking head that they're going to take shit away from you. What about giving you shit? What about giving the taxpayers fucking a tax break? Well, that doesn't do the fucking Section 8 people any fucking good, does it? Doesn't do them any good. Planned Parenthood was started by the Lib to eliminate the black race. Why do you think the abortion clinics are in the ghetto? Exactly. They should sterilize them, honestly, like we did the goddamn Indians. You come in for an abortion, we sterilize you. We got to pay food stamps, we sterilize you. We tie your fucking tubes. No more babies. No more babies. You ain't going to have no more babies until you find yourself a fucking man and you have a goddamn job. Then you can have more babies. But until then, you're property of the fucking state. You're property of the goddamn government. And you're not going to fucking have any more kids. You're fucking done. And when you get a fucking job, then you could pay for your own fucking tubes to be untied. And then you can start breeding again like a goddamn feral cat. But until then, no more babies. Fuck them. It's ridiculous. But it's already 2 o'clock. I didn't realize it was this late. I'm wasting my whole fucking day. But super brown-eyed queen, goodness. What's wrong with you? Damn. On that note, I'll see you shitbags later.